the go live button, but hi, I'm Fornesus. I am back streaming because I told myself I would stream during the daytime because I'm not sure. I told myself that if I did well on my homework, I would stream on the daytime, and I did well on my homework apparently. So I'm here. I'm back. I am gonna be doing homework, but there's a lot unfolding. Current event wise, just in terms of a lot of different things. I guess I wanted to start with like this, if I can get to the correct. Nope. That's my homework. Yeah. So I think she was born like the same year that I was, but in March, so maybe that's why she could remember, because I don't remember any of this.
If you're a millennial, you might remember this. So I went to a museum about how people thought the world would end in 1999. And back then, lots of people were really scared about this. It all basically started with an old prophecy written hundreds of years ago by Nostradamus. It said that the year 1999, a quote, great king of terror would fall from the sky.
Which is funny because like the whole thing about 2012 is apparently about Nostradamus.
On top of that, people were already afraid of a thing called Y2K, the idea that when the year 2000 hit, computers would crash and throw the world into chaos. The media
Yeah.
picked this up and newspapers ran all the headlines about it. TV specials asked that the end was really coming, and it spread everywhere. And people really believed it, even adults on TV. So some bought food, some stored water, some said goodbye like it was their last day. And this museum also shows people
Or like that
expressing
whole
what they felt
apocalypse
like
like
on that day.
a few
Obviously,
weeks ago.
nothing happened and the prophecy faded until we had that 2012 thing. Because like Haruki
Yep.
Murakami once said, in the deepest part of our hearts, we are all waiting for the world to end. If you're a millennial, you might remember this. So I went to a museum about...
That's not wrong, I probably am. Reddit accounting stories? I mean, horror stories for big for accounting. Wait, why is my mic not like picking up when I am in this direction? Sorry. Let me change this. I think, yeah. Because sometimes I have to like lean in this direction. Don't study electrical engineering online. Is it laziness or autism? Why is this? Yeah, my feed has been destroyed. Why is my stomach audible every time I stream? Like overnight when I was streaming, like I would just hear my stomach the entire time. That's so odd. You know what? Let's go here, but then let's go back.
I hate
the job. Let's go back because I know I had like other videos that I was just like, okay, I want to listen to this.
One woman there, bro, where her back was so...
Because this one was interesting sounding.
You know, I'm a bit insane, okay? I'm very extremely mentally ill. However, I'm a reasonable type of mentally ill. Depression, anxiety,
That's what we all tell ourselves.
Eating problems, you know, stuff like that, right? Some would say narcissism, and I give you that. But anyways, I found myself in the cycle
Self-awareness
multiple times in my life. Now, I've been in two different facilities, okay? One of the facilities I was in 2 times. The other, that was more of a facility for eating, I was in once, okay? But let me tell you something about someone who was in that eating facility. I need you to understand, everyone in that facility was bones. We were just a bunch of bones and skin walking around. There's this one woman there, bro, where her back was so messed up, dog. Like, up here, like her shoulder blade. I don't even know how. It looked like there was something like growing on her back, but
Oh
really it was
my
her shoulders.
god.
Her body was that deformed. And the virus was going around at that time, and people on
Oh,
the
true.
floor ended up being exposed to it. And I think she might have caught it, and I never saw her again in my life. She might have passed. Uh-oh. But
Damn.
anyways, what you have to understand is people treat eating problems, right? And I hope you know what I mean when I say eating problems. People treat that the same way they treat addiction, right? And that's
Yeah,
going to
true.
come up again later. Like that's part of the reason why I was in the hospital for so long. So it's like when we had to go into the lunchroom and we all had to eat lunch together, okay? There are people who are literally it's the smallest portion ever and they're literally crying. Like you have like yogurt in a spoon and someone's like this and they're like shedding actual tears. And the
Because
thing is it
it's
happens for different reasons. Like
literally
a lot of
an
people hear
eating
about people having
disorder.
eating issues and they think it's because they're skinny, right? Or like they want to be skinny. A lot of times it can be for things outside that. Like someone they had seen their brother choke on food and like pass away.
Ah,
So they were
that's
legitimately
why.
afraid to eat for like their entire life. So it's like a lot of people, and that's not even to discount people who do have body image issues, right? Like that's a
Yep,
very real thing that I feel like a lot of people should
it
respect a
happens
bit more. But like for
a
people who
lot.
think it's as simple as like, oh, you know, I want to be skinny, I'm not going to eat. It really isn't that simple, okay? But there's this guy in there who was so smelly. He literally, okay, he didn't never say a word, but like when he talked, it would be like this.
Oh,
He'd talk like at this level right now. And he smelled so bad that
crazy.
like if you walked past him, bro, you would literally gag. And like he could be sitting on the other side of the room, you smell him like wherever you are. And one time I saw like the staff was talking to him, and you know I think we were watching a movie or something, but like I was like eavesdropping a bit, and I heard him say, "You guys are just gonna make me shower anyway." Like they were trying to get him to shower, right? And he would not do it. Like they genuinely
Why?
had to force him to shower to stop stinking, and they had to have him
You
borrow
know what?
someone else's
Don't
clothes because
judge.
he smelled that bad. But I don't know. I think something they need to think about with those facilities, though, and it's kind of outside of that, is a bunch of people who have eating problems. If you're going to surround them by a bunch of like skinny people, like, whoa, uh-oh. Because like I
Yeah,
remember I was looking at the other
that's
skinny people and I
like
was like, bro, I'm like the fattest person here. Like this is horrible. They did try to help because like you couldn't wear short sleeves, I think. Like you couldn't wear like shorts or anything like that. But it's like you could tell people were skinny, honestly. You know, also something
the
else about that one, you couldn't use the bathroom for one without asking. And two, if you wanted to use the bathroom after a meal, they had to literally watch you do it. And the biggest thing I feel like a lot of people wouldn't like, you couldn't flush. They had to go in and look at it. And also during
what?
roll call, they would ask everyone if they've been pooping. So if you didn't poop for and bro, dude, God betide the poor soul who did not poop for one day. Hey, bro, they for what they were jumping at the opportunity to give you a laxative. And also they'd watch you extra hard because they would figure like, oh my gosh, like if they're not pooping, they must have
What
like
the
snuck and
fuck?
like not ate food or something. But again, when I tell you, I swear to God, dude, eating in a facility like that is literally like taking the SAT. It's hilarious. Like everyone has so much anxiety. Everyone's like so like focused on like getting the food down and keeping it down. And plus you're timed. If you don't eat it in a certain amount of time, you're cooked. I'm not gonna lie, I love those people in there, bro. They were like we were really like a family in there, bro. We really like got really close during that time. It was dope, okay. But the other facility,
That's
okay,
crazy.
this one, like the one I described to you, like that was the eating place. This was more of a psych ward. So this was like where like crazy people were. And luckily I was in a smaller town, so it's like it was kind of more like intimate, so there's less overall crazy, but the crazy was there nonetheless. Okay, I remember there was this dude, and I'm telling you, I'm not making fun of him, I'm just showing you an example. He'd walk around like this the whole time. He would be talking to himself. We wouldn't hear anything he was saying. He would just be like, and again, not making fun of him, like that's just what he would be doing. But the crazy thing about it is when we'd be in group, he'd be like muttering to himself quietly the entire time. But then if they asked him a question, he would have the longest, most eloquent answer imaginable. He literally spent 30 minutes of group explaining the difference between bacon in America and bacon in the UK. And that's like one of the saddest things about being in the psych ward because like you'll see people like that and it's like, bro, he's so smart. What happened to bro? Like, you know, like how do you end up in this situation? And I'm not gonna lie, there was a lot of people who talked to themselves there. Like that was kind of the major thing that I dealt with. There was one person who every time like a Penn State game would be on, a Steelers game would be on, they'd watch the TV, and if the team started losing, hands on the head, muttering to themselves, like shaking their head like this, and like we'd all be looking around. And the worst thing about being in a psych ward, especially if you're not used to it, is you'll see something and you'll start freaking out. You'll be like, oh no, like this shit's about to go down. But then you'll look at the nurses and they're used to seeing like crazier shit. So they're just like, they're just walking around. I'm like, bro, like that's how I felt when I saw a bunch of people like pacing around. Like, I'm like, dude, I feel like they're just gonna like jump at me at any given moment. And oh my gosh, I have to say this before I forget. One of the therapists in there, bro, were so fine, dog. I thought I was gonna lose it, and she was caked up. Mm, 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 mm. And tell me why. And I can't say too much more,
Bro,
but that was not the last time I saw that therapist. Not the last I heard from that therapist. Allegedly, HIPAA is insane, is it not? But anyways, something you kind of get into your routine when you're in the psych ward. Something I do, I'd wake up, and start by watching TV because no one would ever
I
really
need to
watch
stop
TV. I'm like,
blocking
okay,
my
like if no one's gonna
IEM.
watch it, like I'll just sit here, like eat my food, bro. The food at this psych ward, like people always like shit on hospital food, bro. This shit was delicious. It was better than the food in the eating place. But anyways, I'd get breakfast, I'd go sit, like I'd watch TV, and I'd be like, yeah, like what's going on. But one day, okay, I came out there and there was someone else watching TV, and then like there were like other like for some reason the staff members were like looking at me, and like tenants, other patients were looking at me, being like, oh, like this person has the TV, and I'm like, oh, it's completely fine. Like I hope they didn't think I was gonna freak out or something. Like I'm like, guys, remember, I'm only depressed with eating issues, and that was kind of like a running joke that you would always get with the normal people because like people go into psych ward, you're horrified, you're like, I don't know who's gonna be in here, but then like you kind of start like, hey, like don't worry, I'm only depressed. Like we're gonna be okay. But anyways, that dude was watching the TV, right? And he's probably about my age, so he was like younger for the people in the like, because there were a lot of older people in there too. But anyways, I remember he had burns on this side of his face. And oh my gosh, I remember why I remembered him as younger. I was explaining that. It's like, well, he had burns on this side of his face because he tried to dye half of his facial hair
Oh.
like yellow, like blonde with like bleach or something. So he bleached his own face. And basically, he was mentally stuck in like the mind of a child. So he had
Oh.
like his blankie, he had his stuffed animal that he would take around, he would suck on his thumb. And I remember one time I forgot what it was that he wanted me to touch. Like he wanted me to like feel like his skin, like how soft it was. And then I said and then I said something. I was like, I don't really like touching people. And he said, oh, you don't like touching people? How are you ever going to get a girlfriend? And I was like, I think I'll do okay. And we all started laughing. It's funny because he was laughing what he was laughing about. And then me and like the other like normal, only depressed people were in there were laughing. So yeah, like funny things like that would happen. And then
Not
speaking of normal
normal.
people though, I met like one of my best friends in there. Okay, it was super nice because for a while it was just me and her against the world. Not gonna lie, because there are other people in there, and there's this one woman where if I knew how to describe her, I would I would have started with her, but like she's just so hard to explain. She would never stop talking ever. She always had something to say. And if you asked her about something, or like like when the staff members like you're trying to give like group or something, and you ask her about something that makes her uncomfortable, she'd start like, but she would be talking the entire time. Like her whole thing, she was like, "Oh, like I just felt like my house was like closing in on me,"
Mm,
and she would get mad because like the thing is like they train like therapists to like use the exact same speech that the patient is using because
true.
oftentimes like people can get frustrated if they feel like they're not being like understood per se. Like you want to echo the lingo back to the person that's explaining something to you, right? So she would say actually because I think I messed up when I said I felt she was like, oh, like my house was like closing in on me, and then they would be like, oh, like you felt like metaphorically it was closing. And she's like, no, like it was closing in on, and it was like, bro, like oh my goodness. And she was like this old woman, and also, bro, she told us she got SA'd, let's just say, and the way she told us, she said, I survived 2 grapes, and just like that. And she told the situations in detail, bro. And I don't know if I'm not gonna repeat the stories, but like she was like the whole time, like smiling, telling us. I'm like, oh my god. And mind you, there was no lead up to that conversation. Like that we she would
Oh
just
wow.
say things. Okay, like once she wouldn't stop, she would just say, I know everything about that woman's life at this point. But yeah, no, she would always talk about like her house like closing in on her, right? Just things closing in on her, and like she would like start freaking out when it happened, bro. It was spooky stuff. And then I remember when my best friend was leaving, dog. That was a hard day. I remember there was this. We were in group. We were in a circle. Someone new had just came in, right? And basically you start off with I forgot what order, but it's like feeling word, your name, and then a scale of 1 to 10, how are you feeling? And then like a fun fact or something. Okay, so he said, "Hey, my name is this. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm feeling a 0. My feeling word is pain, and I hear voices." And when he said, "I hear voices," you're me right now. Okay, he said, "I hear voices." I swear to God, I was horrified. However, he was actually cool. He did keep to himself. He didn't bother anybody. It was funny as him and the old woman who were talking a lot, dude. they used to be like neighbors or something like that, like in the real world. It was insane. They actually kind of, because he would never talk and she would talk the entire time, so they kind of like bonded over that. And I'm telling you, bro, I got lucky with the fact that that was my psych ward experience. Like if I went to the psych ward in LA, just take me out the game, because I know there'd be some characters here. Because in State College, Pennsylvania, it's like State College. Like it's a
True.
small area.
Very
Again, it's
small.
more intimate with the staff. But somewhere a big city where like you can find
I'm
like
guessing he
the
goes to like Penn
most
State or
mentally
something.
unstable people in the world in this location, probably. Yeah, like even in my hometown, Grand Rapids, like my sister, she was in the psych ward. There were people like smashing their heads against the wall, and it's actually insane. But oh yeah, something I did, got really good at Mario Kart. And I feel like people like a lot of people don't understand about the psych ward. It's like they're like, oh, like it sounds like it would be trash, and it's like, yes, it is. But at the same time, you play Mario Kart and you
True.
get so good. Mario Kart on the Wii, and you get so good at it, bro. But it's like the good moments in there are so much better because, again, think about it, you don't have your phone. But yeah, because mind you,
True.
for me, this was all pre-TikTok. Like I didn't have anything to do. That's another reason I can't go back to the psych ward. But it's like, since you can't, because you know when people talk about like dopamine starving or whatever, it's like a tactic where it's like you don't have relations, you don't eat sugar, you don't like get on your phone or whatever for a certain amount of time, and it kind of resets you. It's moments like that because, again, you don't have like the instant dopamine of your phone. There's so many times where you're just sitting there, you're bored. You're just, oh my gosh, there's these scary people around me. What do I do? And it just makes the moment where, oh man, we get to go on the Wii today. We get to play video games. Oh, we get to there's like Netflix, you get to watch a show and you enjoy it so much. And also like the connections you make with people in there, like you're like, oh man, like this is like, so like this is what it's all about. And like there's a lot of people talk about, because like, again, you see the crazy people in there and people are like, oh, it made me realize like I wasn't crazy. And it's like, yeah, it definitely made me realize I'm not like I'm definitely not irredeemably insane. But also, I feel like it just helps you appreciate those small things in life. Like when I'm out here, I can play video games whenever I want. And that's just
True.
goaded to me. You know what I mean? Like I can talk to people on the phone. I can pull up. I can have relations. Oh, dude, that was the hardest part, not being able to have relations. So like, bro, if you're not, so here's the thing. If you need to go to the psych ward, I think you should. I think it's a good experience for everyone to have in their life at least once, for sure. Like, because it
Wait,
helps you
what?
see. It puts everything in perspective. Like, and the thing is, I say that regardless of where you are on the spectrum, because if you are insane, maybe go there and be like, oh man, I'm the insane person here. But if you're not insane, you go there, you see insane people, and you're like, man, like these are people just like struggling, bro. And it really helped. Oh man, bro, it hits. It really helps you realize that your life doesn't have to be like that. Like everything you were feeling before, everything that were happening in your, like, especially because it removes you from whatever it is that's stressing you out. So it really,
That's
like,
not
for
wrong.
me, because
That's not
for me
wrong.
it was football, right? A lot of it, football, school, things like that. When I got removed from everything, I was just like, oh my gosh, like I do exist outside of this space. Because I feel like a lot of people
True.
kind of,
I knew you
they
went to
kind of
Penn
like
State.
connect like self-hatred to, like, based off their circumstance. So like, me back then, I was like, oh man, like I hate myself. You know what I mean? But when I was in the psych ward, I was like, wait, I don't hate myself. I actually like myself quite a bit. My problem is, like, what I hate is my life. Like I hate the way
Yep.
it's going. I mean, like I hated the things that were happening to me, but I never actually hated myself. And that's something I really carry with me to this day. So like, even like nowadays, if I ever find myself in the pits of despair, it's never I hate myself, because I don't. It's always, dang, this thing happened. Which, mind you, that's something else. Like you kind of worry about, things you can control and all that. But I don't know. Like, and everyone's experience is probably different, but I know that's absolutely where it helped me. Just like removing myself from my problems and me being able to be like, okay, like this is me. Like this is who Bryce is. Like the problems I'm having go away when they go away. And I feel like that might sound a bit stupid, but let me explain. Again, like my problem back then, football, school, social stuff. Like when I'm removed from football, school, social stuff, it's like, oh, like I'm okay with me. Like I'm okay with Bryce. You know what I mean? But when I was in that situation, when I have all these people like shitting on me, when I have my life, my football career not going the way I wanted to, it's like, what's wrong with me? Like why am I the problem? Blah blah blah. When really, Loki, I'm not the problem. And I feel like a lot of you may not be the problem. And this is not me saying to
True.
like make excuses for yourself, but sometimes you do have to understand the fact that your circumstance is the reason you're unhappy, rather
Yep.
than you being some sort of just like issue. Because I feel like there's a lot of like motivational content where they're like, oh, like it's all in your hands, da, 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 da. And it all is all in your hands. However, circumstance still. So if things aren't going how you want them to go, or like something's just not working, or you're not feeling right, like you can't have the right, you don't have the right social group, you don't really have a support system. You shouldn't just immediately put that on yourself. Now, mind you, sometimes
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, I always, whenever I can, for whoever is listening, I always mention that like understanding material conditions is the the utmost, utmost important. Like, oh shit, I don't know how my father's voice even like ends up getting to this mic, but like anyway, yeah, as I was saying, um, it is the utmost important thing to understand like why people think the way that they do. And maybe that's why I am like going to be studying political psychology, because that is something that I feel is important. And so, yeah, you know, I I just think that part of empathizing is about stepping out of yourself, just like understanding that other people also have struggles. Other people, regardless of things like white privilege, male privilege, etc., they do have their own struggles. And so simply saying, my struggle is more severe than yours just because of your identity, that is, I mean, it's tone deaf. There's not really another way to talk about it. And at the same time, we also need to acknowledge that, like, we also need to just acknowledge the fact that, like, we have a lot more in common than we think. Past simply relying on identity as a means of solidarity, past, you know, policing people's tones, etc. We do have a lot in common, and we are capable of actual, like, legitimate solidarity with each other, and just the ability to unite against, ultimately the ruling class, who see it in their best interests to make sure that we are all, like, put down, basically. Obviously, we need to mitigate things like racism among the working classes. We need to mitigate transphobia. All of those are really important um, issues that a lot of people, including leftists, tend to take for granted. But at the same time, we also need to have more perspective, right? We shouldn't have double standards as to who deserves grace in terms of, like, you know, being, like, thinking the ways that they do. To me, it's more important to, like, understand where people are at and why they're there, over being, you know, just like being somebody who criticizes people, right? So yeah, that was a tangent. Let me continue.
It is going to be on you. I feel like it's important to analyze, like, okay, these
But I do think that we have to remember that, a lot of these, like, mental health issues that a lot of us have, they are symptoms. And though I do definitely believe in the power of, like, mental health, um seeking and getting mental help, I also recognize that, you know, you are not going to be able to have proper mental health unless you have your material needs met.
things that I don't like? Is it me that's doing them? Like, am I self-sabotaging? Am I pushing my loved ones away? Or am I in a situation outside of my control? Like for me, football
True.
was not within my control. Again, I could keep working out, I could keep trying harder, trying to get better, but that didn't change the fact that, I wasn't performing up to snuff, regardless of my work ethic. And that
Yeah.
wasn't changing the fact that like I had these people essentially harassing me on a daily basis. And anybody, I feel like regardless, and that's something that really bothered me about a lot of narratives around me in football that even they persist to this day. Like people want to talk about like whether or not like I was mentally tough, whether or not like I could handle those sorts of things. And I'm probably gonna make a video about that soon because James Franklin did get fired, but like the video I can't make it yet, right? There's a lot of reasons I can't explain it. Actually, I can. Okay, part of it is algorithmic reasons. I wanted today to be a more like comedic, lighthearted video, and that video is gonna be more personal and more like me talking. It might like hit a bit deeper. But anyways, a lot of people talking about like my work ethic, about like what I could handle, stuff like that. Me being like emotionally soft. And my problem with that is I'm like the people who said that to me, even like the football players who like that was like their mindset. Now, mind you, a lot of them changed their tune after they found out what happened, but I'm like, these people, they didn't have to deal with the situation where they're
Exactly.
going into the building every day. And mind you, not only getting their ass kicked, but also having these people harass them, having these people say horrendous things to them on a daily basis, having their work ethic questioned despite the fact that they were working harder than anybody on the team. Like nobody on that team who was on scholarship, at least like walk-ons, they definitely have their own battle, but nobody on scholarship on that team was going through what I was going through at that time. Nobody was getting treated, and I'm not gonna say as badly, but I'm gonna say the type of bad that I was getting treated. Like literally, and it was something I didn't even realize at the time, but it's like there were like staff members who were like trying to tell me to like quit. And I'm like, what?
That's
Like
crazy.
what college football player deals with that? You know what I mean? And I had no like real friends, no social circle. And if I did have a social circle, it would be shitting on me. Like nobody had my back. Okay. And being in a team atmosphere, that's a foreign experience to a lot of people.
Yep.
So it's like people aren't understanding the fact. And like everyone's just keep trying to give me like this like raw like toughness, like, oh man, you gotta get the fuck up and like get on, da 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 da, when nobody's telling me like, hey, like I see you're working and I understand that things aren't going the way you want it to go either. Because that was another thing. It's like my thing with those people is I was like, don't you think I want to be good? Like, don't you think I want to be good at football? Like, do you
Exactly.
think I like derive any sort of enjoyment from being this bad and having everyone laugh at me every day and then getting my ass kicked in front of the entire team and having it replayed during team meetings over and over and over again while everyone's laughing? Like, do you think that's fun for me? You know what I mean? And it's like they're trying to convince me that despite me being bad, that I'm being treated fairly. You know what I mean? And it simply was not the case. And again, I'm in situations where my mom is trying to contact my coaches because she's worried about me, that like she just wants like someone to check in on me. They're ignoring her calls, ignoring her texts. They're ignoring
That's
my calls,
crazy.
ignoring my texts. And it's like, bro, like I go here. So it put me in a situation, and there's just so much shit where I didn't even realize I was getting sabotaged. Like I mentioned this on TikTok the other day. They were taking money from the meal plan while expecting me to gain more weight. And it's like, how am I supposed to do this? Like without the resources. Like how do you take the resources away from somebody and then expect them to thrive? So it's like you have a bunch of people telling you, like people that, mind you, people that see you like every day, telling you that you're shitty, you're a horrible person, horrible teammate. It seeps into your
That's
mind and you're like,
nuts.
oh my gosh, like this is true. And for me, it was like, okay, now I have to like even though like in my heart of hearts, I was like, I know this isn't fair, but like in the outside of my heart, I was like, oh my gosh, I have to die. So like I literally started dying. Like on site, I started dying, bro. And then when that was happening, what'd they do? They made fun of me more. They harassed me more. And they just kept poking and prodding. Like me, like again, like people were like, oh my gosh, you look like you're dying. And it was a joke. Like, you know
That's
what I mean? Like it was
crazy.
a pun. So like it turned into a situation where it's like I understand being like coached hard as a player or whatever, but it's like then like as a human being, I started getting attacked. And then it's like even when I'm dying, I can't even get any credit. Can't even be like, hey, look, I understand that like you suck at football, but we're worried about your health. Couldn't even get any of that. So it really just like made like these doubts seep into my head where it's like, dude, do I have to die? Like, do I deserve that? And then, going to the hospital, it's like, no, like, because again,
Yeah,
I'm removed
exactly.
from situations. I don't have these people doing these things. I'm like, wait, I don't deserve to die. Like, wait a minute, I'm not a bad person just because I'm bad at football. Wow. You know what I mean? And these realizations to you probably seem obvious because you're someone who's so far removed from it. But like when you're in a situation when you're doing that shit like every day, like
Oh
I
no,
know
it's
like
true.
if you have like
Yeah.
work or school, but like imagine like going to school and like people like just every day, like just coming at like who you are as a person. Or you go to work, just they're always just like getting on you. Okay. They're always like
I experienced both. So yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah, I guess like during high school I was like extremely bullied. Even though I did nothing. I would do nothing to people. I would not interact with people. I would sit alone at lunch because I didn't want to interact with people, and I would still get bullied. And it was just like, what the fuck? Do I deserve this? And then it's like I graduated from high school. I literally had to take like a gap semester. I probably should have taken like longer to be honest, but like I took a gap semester because I was just like, I do not want to move on yet. Like, because these next like cohorts of people might be exactly like them. Like these people who like tortured me on a regular basis. And so I was just like, okay, you know what? Let me remove myself from any type of schooling. I already graduated with my high school degree. Let me figure out what I need to do next. Like, what do I want to do next? So during that like gap year, not year, semester, I basically got like a psychiatric um report. I went to a therapist for the first time. Ultimately, that firm, like that whole therapy firm, was very Christian and very much like they literally told me to like change my sexuality and told me that it's impossible for me to be gay. So I was just like, okay, I'm not staying here. But thanks for the autism diagnosis. That I appreciate it. I appreciate like the IQ test that you gave me and like being able to get that result. I appreciate that, but like yeah, I'm not staying in the situation when, you know, y'all are telling me like no, it's impossible for me to be gay. Like, okay, yeah. And, like after that happened, I was just like, yeah, no, I'm not coming back. I'm sorry, I'm not like I'm not, like I didn't even explain to like the receptionist. Like, mind you, a lot of like those people were like really nice and kind and all of that, but like when I had that experience, I was just like, mm-mm, absolutely not, absolutely not. So it's like, yeah, not only in school but also in like other aspects of life, even trying to get help, right, mental help, because I was just like, what's wrong with me? And it's like ultimately my diagnoses were like, no, there's not really anything wrong with you. You just think differently, and people treat you differently because you think differently. And at the same time, there's also like obviously other factors like, you know, looking like me, being here in Texas and all of that. Like, obviously, that's going to cause like some people to be like, okay, well, it's all right to like not like bully. Well, maybe yeah, bully. It's all right to like bully someone for being the way that you are, um, inherently, and then just like the fact that I'm queer and non-binary and all of these other things. It's like, okay, well, how could I not think that there was something wrong with me? And then when I was working at Chevron for like 5 years, yeah, they would commend me for my work, a lot of my abilities and all of that, but I would get so much feedback about like, oh well, you shouldn't speak like this, or and I'm like, I have a disability. What are you talking about? It's just like, and mind you, like Chevron is ranked one of the best employers for people with disabilities. So like, what the fuck? Like I would just get that type of experience on a regular basis, and then like people would just like stare at me for wearing a mask, and it's just like, what the fuck? I'm immunocompromised. Of course I'm gonna wear a mask. Of course I'm going to do whatever I can to, like preserve my safety, you know? And then I would even like it got to the point where even me reserving a conference room because I need to work in an isolated manner in order to not only focus because I have ADHD obviously, but at the same time like I have like you know my health issues being immunocompromised, like that even became a problem. I had to pay like $100 every single like every few months just to get like a letter of accommodations. So that was like the last straw for me. And so when Chevron was like, "Oh hey, we have to do layoffs. Who wants to volunteer?" Like I'm not sacrificing my mental health or physical health for a job. Even though my parents wanted me to, I was just like, no, you're not doing this to me. This is not what I wanted to do with my life to begin with. Let alone just like the disrespect and inhumanity that I had to experience in the workplace. At a workplace that proclaims itself to be, disability friendly. So, yeah. But yeah, let's continue. Of course, I would run a tangent on that because I know how it's like. I know how it's like. And now I'm at the point where I know for a fact that, like, I know what I cannot experience if I want to make a career out of, my intellect or the things that I'm interested in.
Telling you like again, not like, hey, you're doing bad in school. Hey, you're doing your work badly. They're coming at you as a person. You come to
Yep.
them, you're like, hey, like, can I get help with this? They're like, nah. Nah, and you're just completely cooked. And then, like, again, add on to that, assuming you don't have a physical job, imagine you're also getting thrown around physically and just beaten up constantly. I remember, dude, I
Oh,
literally
yeah.
cracked my sternum, and the team doctor told me I
That's
shouldn't practice,
crazy.
right? But then I got to practice, and basically, when you don't practice, you wear a baby blue jersey. When you do, you wear like a regular blue jersey. I had a regular blue jersey. I go to the trainer, I'm like, yo, like, what's up with this? And they're like, oh yeah, just like see how it feels. And then I go out there
What?
and I'm like, I literally can't extend my arms, and they're just like, just keep going. And again, obviously that is just like a big sports thing in general, like pushing people
I
through
mean,
injuries, I
yeah,
guess. But
it
you have to
is.
understand, like that on top of everything else that was happening. Like my body was literally breaking down near the end of like me practicing. I had such problems with my vision. Like I don't even know how to explain it, bro. But like there would just be like these black spots, like wherever I was looking. And the thing is, I have pictures. I'm not. I'm not gonna show you the pictures because I look awful. Like
Yikes.
you can tell I was not eating. But like it was very obvious that like something was wrong. And nobody cared except when they were harassing me for being underweight. Like they just kept pushing me for some reason. I don't know why. Like I'll never forget there was this one day where they kept making us like redo like the breakdown, which was basically it's like this little like chant thing we do. It's really stupid. Like Coach Franklin, he kept making us redo it, and he was saying it was because of me, and I was literally doing like the exact same thing everyone was doing. He made us like redo it like 4 times, and the thing is, he kept doing stuff like that to make the team have a problem with me. Like, and he was like talking to the captains, being like, I don't know what he said to them, but like I would see like they talk to him or whatever, and then like they would come and they would just like start shitting on me. I'm like, bro, what? You know what I mean? It got to the point where it was beyond coming for me as a football player, right? Like that's something I'm used to as a football player. Like, oh, you didn't do this right, you didn't do this right, right? Like as an athlete, oh, you need to get stronger. Like makes sense. But once they started coming to me as a person, like as a human being, on top of all those other things, that's that's when all those things happen. And I'm cracking up. I've been yapping about this for a long time. And the thing is, and that's also part of the reason I've been pushing off the Coach Franklin video. Because the thing is, people are like, oh, like, can you in the video like explain why you don't fuck with him? And it's like, I really don't want to. Like, yes, I gave you some of it right now, but it's like I want that video to be like a celebratory video. Like, oh man, he's gone. Like, let's go. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to have to like sit here and then like explain like, oh yeah, oh yeah, I started dying. I went to the hospital. He took me out of my classes.
Yeah,
Blah 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 blah. Tried to kick me out the school. Da da da. Like he could just told me to transfer, but instead
that's
he decided
wow.
to kick me out or try to kick me out. He was turning everyone against me. He was putting me in unwinnable situations at practice. He was again putting me in situations where I could be like pointed at and laughed at, and doing and saying things to make the team dislike me. Again, taking away my resources and expecting me to be resourceful with the with the lower resource. Like there are other things too.
Yeah,
Like there occasionally like
let
people
me
would get like
walk
shakes
for a
after
little bit.
practice, right? And tell me what, they started taking away my shakes. Again, like they want me to gain weight. They started taking away my shakes. How does that make? Because again, like the shakes are for like weight gain, right? All of a sudden, like, oh, like sorry, Bryce, these are for like certain players, and it's like, oh, like okay. And the things again, I follow directions. Like if someone told me something, I just like okay, like yeah. So it's just like overall, I got the shaft, and think again, like I don't want that to be the entire video when I'm talking about coach.
I'm sorry, I'm not like laughing at this situation, but like I just saw a lady walking her dog and following like her daughter, and her daughter's like skating around, and the dog just like ran, and she looked like she was about to fall. She was like, okay, okay, all right, let me continue.
Franklin, I just want to be like, let's go. That dude got fired. Okay, but it's like I know people are gonna ask, and I know the. Oh my gosh, people, especially I've been seeing this on TikTok. Like people in comment sections, like just say things, and like they think they know the situation. And I mean that on like both ends. Like I saw someone say that like I got SA'd and Coach Franklin didn't do anything about it. I did not get SA'd at Penn State. And then I saw people say that it was just regular football stuff. And like I'm just like being dramatic or whatever. So it's like on both ends of the spectrum, I'm seeing people like make things up. So it's like even just for that reason, I'm considering not making the video because those comments really frustrate me. Like very, very deeply frustrate me. Because my thing is, it's like I know my situation, okay, and I know I wasn't treated fairly. And you know how I know that? Because I was on the team. I witnessed how other players were being treated. Even the other players that were below par. Like I saw like the way like they were spoken to. Like I knew, and even like they would talk to me about like, oh man, like why they do that to you? And I'm like, I don't know. Like it was very clear that you know that meme where they're like teachers are so crazy, like why is your biggest op like 8 years old? Like they were beefing with like an 18, 19-year-old. At least Franklin was. Like for some reason he took something about me very personally. Because like, mind you, if it was just football, it's just football. Like because people again, like someone brought up like again, that's what I'm saying. It pisses me off because someone brought up like I was mad about like playing time or something. I was not mad about playing time. Again, I understood I was ass. I wouldn't have played me either. Did I want to play? Like did I? Yes, I wanted to become good enough to play. But that was never something I was holding against. Like the football stuff, although it's a factor, that was never anything that I held against any of the coaching staff or in any way. What I held against them is the stuff they did to me as a human being, like
Yeah,
as a person. Or if it was something where I noticed I was being disproportionately treated unfairly. An example of what I mean by that is basically we would have our workout sheets, right? Where it just show like our entire workout, our numbers, what we do. And it's like, you do what's on the card. Like that's what they say. They'd be like, okay, do what's on the card. Like there were times where I would get yelled at for doing what was on the card because they're like, oh, but like that's too low, like you're doing like baby weight, like you're just like coasting by. Which for one, I'll tell you this right now, it was not easy for me. Like they would have me lift my weight
yeah,
up,
because
and
he
then I would
was
have
like emaciated. Obviously, it wasn't gonna be easy for him.
do it, but like with like very shitty form, and they'd be like, see, like I see, that's how I know you're bullshitting, da 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 da. And I'm like, everyone is literally just doing what's on their card. Like, why is it a problem with what I'm doing on the card just because what I have is lower? And mind you, at this point, everyone knows like I'm strength wise, I'm the weakest person on the team. So even before I got really sick, like strength wise, I was never like strong. So it was just BS on top of BS, right? And the thing is, I'm not over it. I'm I'm not over it whatsoever. And that's like seeing like some of the comments people are making, like that's how I know. So it's like genuinely like right now I don't think I want to make the Coach Franklin celebration video because I know for a fact if someone says something like, "Oh man, like what's with him and Coach Franklin?" and then someone explains it like poorly, either in a way where they just say something that's like straight up not true, or they undersell what happened to me. And mind you, look, I'm not saying anyone has to give off my like full lore or anything like that. But I mean, for someone to try to say like, oh, nah, it was just like normal college football shit. Like, no, it wasn't. And if it was normal college football shit, then everyone should hate their fucking Division 1 coach. But you know what I mean? So
Yep.
it's like if someone just wants to say, oh, like he was mistreated, like I'd be completely fine with that. Like I don't need all the details. But it's just like the fact where it's like some people feel like they know more about the situation than I do, or that they simply can't take my word for it. That, like, for one, because I feel like what I'm describing to you is already bad, right? But like the concept of not being able to take my word for it, that like, hey, I saw how other people were treated, and they were not getting treated the way I was getting treated, and I mean by the staff, by the players, like everybody. And the thing is, I had players like reach out to me being like, bro, I'm so sorry, da 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 da. I had players' girlfriends reach out being like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like so and so, like they would defend you, but they can't because they're still on the team, blah, 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 blah. I had coaches who were no longer with the program reach out to me and be like, I'm so sorry, da 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 da. Even they knew it was fucked up. Okay. So for anybody on the internet to come here and try to like downplay what happened to me, bro, like again, this is the worst, like that situation was the worst thing that ever happened to me in my entire life. So for people who obviously don't know the situation, to try to downplay it, it literally kills me. Like more than anything anybody could possibly say to me on the internet. And I'm not ashamed to admit that. Because I'm like, I feel like there's a lot of people where if someone took the worst moment of their life and then tried to add like headcanon to it or like downplay it, people would definitely freak out over that. So yeah, long explanation. It's funny how this kind of like naturally like led to this point, like how the psych ward talk led here. But yeah, so I don't know if I'm making that Franklin video just for that reason only. But I will say, I was very happy when he got fired. I cried, tears of joy. But yeah, I hope enough of you get to the end of the video. I mean, if you're back here, you're a real one. Okay, give me, I would say a high five, but I don't want to like smack you or anything. Just give me like a peace sign or something. I don't know. But yeah, I just hope you understand, because the thing is, I just don't want to ruin like this cathartic, like great moment, like hip hip hooray, he got fired, by me later seeing in the comments people being like, just saying things that are upsetting, right? Because mind you, they tried doing that on Twitter and TikTok too, right? So it's like I don't want anything else to like try to take away from this beautiful moment for me. So I'm really hoping that you understand. And things I know for a fact there are a lot of you who would go to bed. Like if someone said something stupid, you would go to bat. But it's like I don't even want to be in a situation where I have to like see that shit. Because like, yes, it makes me feel better when someone says something stupid and people are like, oh, well, this is stupid. It still like bothers me a little bit that the stupid thing was said in the first place, you know? But yeah, anyways, Franklin fired. Oh man, dude, once I was sobbing real tears that day. I did not think it was going to happen this year. But yeah, I'm super happy about it. I'm hoping he goes somewhere kind of shitty. Like, you know what I mean? Because he's going to coach somewhere else. But it's like we as a community really need to make sure he never wins that national championship he wants so bad. But my thing, it's so funny when people try to like, oh my gosh, I got sneeze. Oh no, I'm not gonna do that on camera. Oh, excuse me. Oh yeah, but like it's so funny. People like try to give him a pass, and they're like, oh, for one, people are like, oh no, it was way too soon, bro. He was there for 12 years, okay, and like in 2018, he was talking about winning like exceeding like going to the next level. And also there's a whole nother story about it where like he asked for an extension before the year, and like they were talking about like, hey, we're gonna need to see some progress, and obviously that progress did not happen. And also my big thing is, it's like he consistently fires or at least rehires new coordinators, new position coaches, and it's like the consistent here is you. So it's like you're losing, and you keep hiring these new people, being like, oh, it's gonna get better, and you're still losing. And like it seems like you're the problem now. But yeah, I think it's like kind of beautiful that was like a full circle moment between him getting fired and, you know, in his attempt to kick me out the school. So yeah, again, overall, so you know what's crazy about that? Like there are sometimes I just notice I'm smiling. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm just happy like in like neutral moments. And I'm like, bro, that's definitely why. Because usually in my like typically I feel like in my neutral moments I'm just kind of like, you know, just like living life. Like not too bad, but like, you know, just kind of neutral. But like every once in a while I'll just sit around, I'll just like, and I'm like, yeah, that bitch ass nigga got fired. I love that. But yeah, anyways, let me not talk your ear off because this video is already coming out late today. But thank you so much for watching. I hope this ending didn't like I mean, because I know like I switched topics. I hope you didn't get to the end and be like, yo, what the fuck, bro? I just want to hear psych ward stories. My bad. Y'all know I'm a yapper. But again, oh yeah, my point with that
I'm a yappy
my
too.
point with that was that's why, you know, you go to the psych ward. Not why, but I'm saying that's why I recommend it, okay? Because it puts things into
This
perspective
this is
of, okay, do
a
I not
really
like myself,
odd
or is this
recommendation.
situation making me feel this way about myself? So really, this anger should be directed at the situation. Oh wait, no, now
Like I feel that you can definitely get like that type of perspective and not be at the psych ward, but at the same time it's like, okay, well, people do volunteer, right? And they can volunteer at the psych ward or at the food bank, etc., because, you know, they do it because like they know that they are serving someone who is either less fortunate or in a similar circumstance, and they are not feeling like they are so alone, right? So I do get it.
I remember something else someone said that made me mad is they said that like I was blaming him for me being bad. No, I was shitty like just from me being shitty. You know what I mean? See, and that's another thing. It's like I can't make that video because even like if I say something like even clear because I feel like I've never insinuated that it was his fault that I wasn't good. Even though I will say I'm not gonna say it like this because if I phrase it the wrong way, then that's how that misunderstanding gets going. I will say, however, I think there were things that could have been done that would have maybe helped me be put in a better position. Like, for one, maybe changing my position, seeing if there was something else I could do, and also not taking away money from my meal plan. You know what I mean? And again,
Yeah.
that's minor, right? Like, that's him
What the
just really,
hell?
like, I don't know, just not having that much, like, football faith in me. But again, the main thing that made me, like, mad was, or, like, upset, sad, whatever you want to call it, was the personal stuff. So again, like my overarching thing, if like a bunch of people are coming at you like personally as a person, and then you have to factor in things like work, and then you factor in things like school, you're not going to feel good about yourself. You like it's almost impossible at that point. So going somewhere and like separating yourself from everything, such as the psych ward, sometimes helps, and also it helps you see when people actually have something wrong with it. Like, because there are some people there who did hate themselves, who their own ops were themselves. But once you realize that you're not your ops, the world expands for you. Okay. But anyways, I know I did get sidetracked. Hopefully, I don't know, I hope that some of you like the ending, like just early, hope it resonates with some of you. And I hope what I'm saying makes sense. I hope I'm
Yes.
phrasing it right. But regardless, thank you so much for watching the video. Like, comment, subscribe, everything I have to say. I'm so sorry, and I love you. Okay, have a great day, night, evening, morning.
Yep. What the hell?
Tonight, myself and Morbid for Fun are going to be diving into 8 disturbing and creepy RBI stories.
But before that, see, I've been doing homework.
So sit back, relax, and let's step into the darkness. This Redditor came to the RBI subreddit to
Trans flag represent.
share their mother's
Oh wait, those like little ghosts are cute. Pumpkin ghost. That's so cute. Okay.
disturbing story about the time that they were almost abducted. But disturbingly, the story continues because OP has found out that their mother's story eerily lines up with the unsolved cases of a number of missing girls.
What?
Growing up, my mum would tell me a cautionary tale
God.
about how she was almost abducted as a child. It always stuck with me, but as I got older and got into true crime, I decided to ask her for more details. Here's what she told me. She was around 12 or 13 years old, living in Jacksonville, Florida. She and a neighborhood girl were playing outside when a man approached and offered them a ride to the gas station. They
Like, why is that such a problem in Florida?
accepted, but during the ride, the man drove past the gas station. They then realised that the passenger side door handles were broken off and they couldn't get out. The other girl fought back. She had a cigarette and used it to burn the man, which caused him to pull over and let them out. The police were called. Somehow, they found the man and arrested him. My mum testified in court, but the case was dismissed. She doesn't remember the exact reason, but thinks it has to do with some of the car details not matching up. Still, she's certain it was the same man who tried to abduct them. The broken door handles part really disturbed me. That seems like a calculated move, like he'd done this before or planned to again. It made me wonder if this guy was connected to any other cases, so I started googling things like the Jacksonville 1970s. Nothing useful came up, but when I searched Missing Girls Jacksonville, I found something chilling. The case of the 5 missing girls from Jacksonville around the same time period. There is a reporter named Catherine Jeffries who's done extensive reporting on those cases. I looked up the dates and locations, and my mum's attempted abduction would have happened within about a year of those disappearances. Her old house is only a few miles away from where some of those girls vanished as well. I called the Jacksonville Cold Case Unit and spoke to an officer. She just said, "Old case, so it's gonna take a while to look into," and I never heard back. I also emailed the reporter and gave her all the info I had. Then I tried to request the case records, but Jacksonville court records told me I needed the suspect's name in order to get anything, which we don't have. My mom doesn't remember it, and her family didn't keep any paperwork. To be honest, the Jacks police were really dismissive, and the records person was very rude. I ended up feeling totally deflated and just gave up. But it still nags at me. What if this guy was connected to those other cases? My mom also wants to know why her case was dismissed. We both want to know if her testimony could have helped stop someone. So here are my questions. Are records from dismissed cases in the 1970s still kept anywhere? Is there any way to request those records without the suspect's name? Are there other ways I could try to get law enforcement to re-examine her case as a possible lead related to those 5 missing girls? Is it worth filing a Freedom of Information Act request, or would that even help? Any help, advice, or ideas would be greatly appreciated. I know it's been decades, but I don't want to let this just disappear like it didn't matter. The first thing that immediately stands out about this case are the broken door handles. As OP touched on, this move seems extremely calculated, and with this taken into account, there is no doubt in my mind that this is a thing that proves the man's sinister intentions. Not only is this move premeditated, but it also indicates that this is a person who has done this before. The fact that he's taken extra steps to make sure that there was almost no escape means that this is likely not his first time attempting something like this. The fact that this case was dismissed as well. Not only has the justice system not put this man behind bars, but in doing so, they have failed his victims entirely. And that does highlight how broken the justice system can be. There's a reason why in the USA, it's estimated that less than 4% of sexual crimes in particular result in a conviction. There is no excuse for this, and there's also no excuse for the small sentences that a lot of extreme offenders get. And there's definitely no excuse for a man like this to have gotten away scot-free. Commenters asked OP to ask their mum for more details, specifically details about how he looked, what he was driving, etc. And thankfully, they obliged. At the time, their mum recalls that they were living in the San Mateo neighborhood in North Jacksonville. They also remember that the man looked like a young Jeffrey Dahmer, with his blonde hair and all. She explains her reasoning for this description more, and says that he was more in his style. Clean cut with a comb over. On the car, she remembers that it was a Gremlin or a similar type of car with a flat back. She doesn't remember what colour it was, but does recall that one of the discrepancies in the girls' statements was whether it had stripes on it or not. OP tried to call up the court records office to get more information, but they told RBI that the person on the phone wasn't really helpful, and simply told them to phone back when they had a name. They did mention that their mother was willing to phone up and get more information about the case herself, since she was one of the people involved in it, and said that he would update if she did go ahead with that. He also mentioned that he phoned up the library in Jacksonville to see if they had any records about the case or the incident. They said that he would have to come in person and someone would help him narrow down his search. And so, he mentions that he wanted to plan a detour to the library when he was going to Jacksonville for a family event. And months after the original post, OP would provide this update. Hi RBI, I wanted to give a small update and also ask for advice. I've been trying to figure out how to locate any kind of record related to the incident with my mom, and I really want to thank everyone who offered tips and insight on my original post. I'll be coming down to Jacksonville in November for Thanksgiving, and I'm planning to arrive a few days early so that I can spend some time at the library going through archives. What I've found so far while googling the Jacksonville Library's microfilm hours, I came across a Facebook post in History Jacksonville that mentioned a large portion of the Florida Times Union has been digitized and is available for a site called Newsbank. I messaged the person who made the post and asked if that upload might include court documents, and they mentioned that there's a free trial, so I got one. The database actually seems pretty thorough, and I was able to find information about my family who lived in Jacksonville and also in Orlando. To look for my mum's case, I've been searching abduction or kidnapping in the 1971 to 1975 range. While I've been searching for my mum's case, I've been saving any articles that sound similar, especially ones involving abductions or attempted abductions involving a car. But I haven't found anything that really seems promising. I've spent a few hours looking so far, and I plan to get the monthly subscription so I can keep going for a few more weeks. I'm not finding many court dockets yet, mostly newspaper articles, but I'm going to keep checking. If anyone else here has access to Newsbank, or is an FSCJ student/employee with access, and you see something similar to my mom's story, please feel free to message me what I could use advice on. One thing I'm unsure about is whether Newsbank contains all of the newspaper records from that time period, or just a large selection. Since I'll be in Jacksonville soon, I'm trying to figure out how to best use my time while I'm there. Should I go with my mom to a court records office and ask in person about her case? Or is there a chance that the library might have materials that aren't included in Newsbank? Any tips or advice would be appreciated, especially from anyone familiar with Florida's public records or older newspaper archives. Also, I've been considering posting on Facebook to try and find the other girl in the situation. I had deactivated my account for a while, but recently reactivated it. I will likely do that once I've exhausted the Newsbank database. Thanks again to everyone who commented on my first post and helped point me in the right direction. While OP has definitely found a great lead, as one commenter pointed out, the library may have many more newspapers available than Newsbank. This is definitely the case if OP can find out whether they may have archived smaller, local newspapers as well. This is still an ongoing situation, and in November, I will hopefully have an update to provide you on if OP has finally managed to track down this case. But there are many more details involved, including a case with eerily similar stories. To sum it up, in the summer of 1974, 5 young girls went missing in Jacksonville. The suspect was described as a white male with light-coloured hair in a style that was similar to Elvis Presley, and was reported to have driven many different vehicles. These included a blue bike, a white car, and a red Volkswagen Beetle. Some commenters believe that OP's mum's case may be connected to these disappearances, and for all we know, they very well could be. But for now, the story is over. But hopefully, there are many positive revelations to come in the near future.
I kinda doubt it. Only because of the way that things are. You can't even get the Epstein files.
What if you were on call to your partner while you slept, and the next day you woke up to a voicemail from yourself? So I'm still pretty young and in love with my girlfriend that I don't live with, so we sleep on FaceTime almost every night. I make sure that I mute before I fall asleep. This morning particularly, I wake up having a voicemail from an ATL GA number. Being from Michigan, this is weird. I go and listen to the voicemail, and it's the audio of the very same Minecraft YouTube video that I fell asleep to. I hear the guy talking about things from the game, and I even hear it mention the YouTuber's name. I genuinely am freaking the out because I was, and am at the time of typing this, actively on the same call I was before I fell asleep. The creepiest part is that this voicemail is 3 minutes long. Someone was listening to me sleep through my phone for 3 minutes last night. I reverse phone look up the number and there was nothing to be found. The only thing in my room that could possibly pick up my audio are my phone and my Alexa. However, I changed the wake word of my Alexa so as to not accidentally activate it. If anybody has any clues or ideas, please share them with me, as this is a truly unsettling thing to have to wake up to on a workday. Very disturbing. I don't even know how I would feel if I woke up to a creepy recording of myself that I didn't take. Along with the post,
Wow.
Opie also attached this video of the voicemail.
And after a few hours of practice, I felt more comfortable with the mace and was ready to unleash it on life, which the first potential use came when Mavic was challenged to 1v1 by Prince Zane.
In the comment section, they noted that apart from the call and the voicemail, nothing else seemed off. When they woke up, they
That's
were
so
still
nuts.
on FaceTime with their girlfriend, the call that had started the previous night, and they mentioned that their phone was on Do Not Disturb, and they were already on an existing call, so it should have immediately declined. To make matters even more confusing,
That is weird. Like, well, I have gotten calls from my from literally my phone number, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Of course, I'm not gonna answer that. What the fuck was that? Like, that's happened to me before. I'm just like, I mean, it was like back when Biden was president, so like, I felt comfortable enough to like report it to the FCC. Yeah.
Opie also mentioned that their girlfriend had muted while they were both asleep, meaning that absolutely no audio
Huh. I guess to think about it, I've never gotten one of those again. Maybe it worked. Maybe you can't trust the feds sometimes. Not all the time, not most of the time, not even 99% of the time. But maybe sometimes.
should have been picked up by Opie's phone. They also went into their phone settings and found out every app that had access to their microphone. Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Discord, and GarageBand. None of these apps made the call, so that essentially rules out his phone as a culprit. And
Yeah.
with that, there is one remaining suspect.
Oh.
Opie took a look through Alexa's activity and found out that during the night, the person in the video that he had been playing had said the words, "Find my phone." This triggered the Alexa, and it made the phone call. Since Opie was asleep, he obviously didn't answer, and even though he says he usually mutes his Alexa, he forgot to this night, and thus, it left him
Oh,
a
I just
creepy
randomly got a
voicemail
phone
to
call.
wake up to.
Like,
So
that's
although
freaking
this
me out,
story
like,
ended in a
what?
positive way, take it as your reminder that all those devices around your home, they are always listening.
True.
I just wanted to quickly say that if you're enjoying this video, it would
And I mean, to be honest, obviously, you should know that. Like, obviously, you should know that. Like that, these devices are always listening, be it Google, be it Amazon devices. Yeah. Even Siri. They're always listening. They make life more convenient, but like, they are always listening, and that's kind of the point. Why am I getting calls at like 7 p.m.? Right at 7 p.m. That is so odd. Oh, and it's a spam risk call. Okay, well, that makes sense. I need to find a way to like get on like a do not call list. I really do. Okay.
mean the absolute world to me if you like it, subscribe to the channel, and hype the video. Make sure that you turn on my post notifications as well so that you never miss an upload. I also just launched my brand new membership system, Jessica Plus. For $7.50 per month, you can get access to over 100 videos, including banned and uncensored videos that were too much for YouTube. You will also get exclusive access to my breakdown of my real life predator catch, which won't come to YouTube for a good while. Go to jessica.com if you are interested, and for people who didn't skip this part, here's a code on screen right now for a free month to get you started. It can only be used by one person, so get in quick. But without further ado, let's get back to the video. I'm sure, like me, you've been at a gig and recorded some videos, but what if, when you look back at them, the audio was completely different? I recorded a few videos at a show last night, and when I went to watch them, they all had completely different audio from what the show actually was. It sounds like someone reporting a crime. How could that be? I can still hear the show faintly in the background, but mostly it sounds like someone's reporting a crime or talking about a crime. I took a video this morning to see if it happened again, but it did not. How could this have happened? Could I have tapped into something? Should I be worried about my phone? Commenters immediately asked OP if they had any apps running in the background while they were recording that could have caused this issue. They say that it is possible, and suggested that it could be from the Citizen app, one that allows you to get real-time safety alerts and reports from your local area. Apparently, this is quite a common thing, and a lot of people have found themselves running into a similar experience as OP. But another Redditor came with another likely conclusion. According to OP, the artists were using wireless microphones, and because it does sound like radio interruption, one commenter believes that it could be picking up signals from outside the venue. The person who came up with this theory recalls that they had experienced something similar in the past, being able to speak to truckers through their karaoke machine. But others aren't so sure, as they say it would also be coming out of the big speakers in the venue if this were the case, not just OP's phone. Believe it or not, this isn't the first time that something strange like this has been caught on video. In 1969, a man called Mel Williams had recorded a band in a local bar. Unknown to him at the time, he hadn't just recorded the band, but also the conversation between two men sitting nearby. Williams didn't listen to the tape back until the early 2000s, but what he heard was incredibly disturbing. On the tape, one of the men recorded, called Clyde Peterson, has bragged that he, Jack Golfair, and an unnamed third person were responsible for the disappearance of a woman called
God
Evelyn
damn.
Hartley, who went missing.
Okay, let me play some music. I need to drink some water, take a little break, etc. Let's see if it actually works. Shit, did it work? Oh boy. Okay, it did. Yeah, something to this is not good energy, I swear. Why am I hungry? Alright. Let's continue.
Missing in 1953 at the age of 14. This was the first real lead in the case, but by the time this was discovered, all of the men
Let me mute
were
myself.
dead. To this day, her case remains unsolved. As for OP, this is pretty much the only conclusion that we have, that it was either the Citizen app or a radio frequency that wasn't intended for our ears. Imagine you swiped someone on a dating app, and before you know it, they're popping up everywhere. I believe I may be being stalked or fixated upon by a man. I am a 22-year-old female who first downloaded the dating app Hinge in July of 2025. I matched with a 34-year-old male and we chatted very briefly for about 3 or 4 days. Nothing suggestive or out of the norm. I
22? 34? I mean, maybe I can't judge, because, like, when I was 22, I was, hooking up with, sometimes 60-year-olds, maybe not 60, 50-somethings, but, god damn. I mean, I already thought it was weird enough that, my mom married my father when she was 22 and he was 30. Alright.
decided to take a break from dating and deleted the app, disappearing mid-convo. This person happens to live in my small to medium-sized city, about 100,000 people. I work in a popular, trendy retail shop, so I see random people come in and out every day.
No, I'm not, judging, age gap relationships. But I am. If, the lower end is, under 25, I feel like no. Within reason.
After deleting the app though, I see said person coming into the store more often on weekends. The person never buys anything or never tries anything on, just sort of lingers about. I don't think anything of this, and in September of 2025, I re-download Hinge. Right off the bat, said person is one of my first likes, and I rematch. We begin speaking on Tuesday, and everything seems normal. My workplace and location of workplace is mentioned, unfortunately, but I didn't think anything of it at the time. On Saturday night, as I am walking out of work and home with my other 2 co-workers, I receive a message from said person via Hinge, telling me that he just walked past me on the street. This is odd to me because 1, we never met in person, just chatted online, and 2, the only person I did see had his head down and hands in his pockets, keeping a low profile. I begin to think something is up and this is weird, so by Sunday night, I break things off via Hinge. I delete the Hinge app, cutting off any and all communication, as I never gave this person my number or social media. He just knows my name and where I work. Skip to Monday evening, and as we were preparing to close at around 6 PM, said person comes into my workplace. The store is fairly quiet, just a couple of people looking around. I do not notice the person at first, and he lingers for about 5 to 10 minutes, not buying it.
I'm not gonna lie. Back when I was 22, I thought that men in their late 30s was so hot. Like, I thought older men were like so hot. But it's like when you have that dynamic where they're like way older than you, yeah, it's because they want to groom you, or they have something. You're not necessarily safe with them.
Anything, not speaking to anyone, not trying anything on, just being there.
Like when you have that type of like age gap and like you're under 25, etc.
Pretending to look at pants. It is seconds before this person leaves the store that we
Is
make the
my
most
opinion.
intense, terrifying eye contact. Then he leaves, and I haven't heard or seen him since. It's been a couple of days. What do you guys think? Am I being overreactive here? Is this behaviour abnormal and consistent with that of premature stalking? Right off the bat, this definitely sounds like the case of a stalker. Coming into the store since July, but not seeing him in there beforehand is a major red flag, especially considering how often he seems to visit. As one commenter points out, it's definitely wise for OP to let their co-workers know about the situation, because this is not normal, and we don't know how dangerous this man could potentially be. The last incident brought up by OP stands out as the most disturbing, because he purposefully chose to come into the store around closing time, knowing that OP would be alone and leaving the building soon. This could also indicate that he has a rough idea of OP's schedule, which is very creepy, and OP has every right to be worried. Another thing that OP should definitely do is make a police report. If something sadly were to happen, it is very good to have it all noted down on record already. That way, the police know who they are looking for and the previous circumstances. Thankfully, we have an update on the situation, and it seems as though he might have finally left OP alone. They say that after the eye contact incident, it has been 2 weeks since they last saw him. Nothing weird has happened, and they have received no attempt at contact. So hopefully, OP can now live in peace, knowing that the stalker has given up. But as they pointed out in the comments, for all we know, they could still be watching from afar.
That's what stalker does, right?
In September, one Redditor posted to RBI to get some
I'm gonna need to play the music again. I need to wash my hands. So yeah. Why do I have a basketball game on TV? I don't even watch basketball. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna watch anything while I'm streaming. That isn't like literally the thing in front of my computer. I'm just gonna turn off the TV. Alright.
Help with their search. They were trying to find a plane that had been missing since 1978.
Oh.
Maybe the RBI can help me out. Only so much I can do solo here on my end. I have been investigating and chasing down every lead I can, and reviewing every document I can get my hands on. Would just love some outside opinions. December 23rd, 1978. Pilot Art Underwood takes 3 people aboard his aircraft in Indian Head, Saskatchewan. They are the Talbot family. Chet, Betty, and their son, Sheldon. Art wants to visit his parents in Vancouver, British Columbia, and the Talbots want to see their daughter, who lives at 100 Mile House, British Columbia. Art agrees to drop them off at 108 Mile House on his way to Kamloops. The Talbots will drive from 108 Mile House to 100 Mile House and spend their Christmas with their daughter and son-in-law. The trip is such a last-minute arrangement that the Christmas presents have already been mailed ahead. Bad weather makes Art rethink his route, and they decide to land in Red Deer, Alberta, around late morning or midday. They stay overnight at a local lodge, put the plane in a hangar overnight, and refuel. The next day, Art phones from the lodge twice throughout the morning, checking the weather with the local authorities. At 10:27 MST, December 24th, they take off from Red Deer Airport, and are never seen again. The search lasts nearly 2 weeks. Brutal temperatures and snowfall prohibit civilian searchers from getting their planes off the ground. The plane is never found. Now let's talk about the pilot, Art Underwood. Between 31 to 35 years of age, 7,000 to 9,000 flight hours. Testimonies say that he is an excellent pilot with experience flying in the bush, Arctic, and the Canadian territories. He is qualified on various aircraft types and does a fair amount of charter work and crop spraying. Witness testimonies reveals he doesn't care to follow roadways and prefers to go direct when possible, and has a small tendency to push the weather on occasion, but is still one hell of a good pilot. His father, having flown as a pilot in World War II, reinforces this and mentions that Art was very religious about keeping within radio contact. He was considered to be extremely capable in the bush, and several people mention that if he survived the crash, he would do everything to get his passengers out alive. The passengers: Chet Talbot, 60, Betty Talbot, 47, and Sheldon Talbot, 20. Also on board is Art's dog, Brandy, a bird/hunting dog. All were dressed in warm clothing: gloves, good down jackets, footwear, etc. The plane: a Cessna 185F, manufactured in 1975. Registration C-GCZH. New to Art, who had roughly only 10 hours on that particular plane, but in good shape overall as reported by mechanics. White with red trim, and allegedly an insignia of a moose on the tail. Additionally, the man who operated the hangar in Red Deer stated that the words La Pointe Air Services was painted about 1.5 inches wide on the side of it. No major maintenance concerns, but testimony reveals that the artificial horizon had been acting up, and the filter had been replaced before leaving Indian Head. On one of the last trips before the ill-fated flight, a passenger recalls Art mentioning the oil pressure starting to drop. Hangar staff theorized that his oil cooler had failed, but the equipment list had a non-congealing oil cooler installed on that particular plane. Radio equipment listed as VHF and HF. The pranks. 2 children report finding wooden boards in the Bow River in Calgary, dated December, with the following messages: "Please help. I crashed somewhere in the mountains. We are from Indian Head, Saskatchewan. Some are hurt bad. Don't know where we are. Message 2. Help us, Indian Head. Sask, hurt bad. Message 3. Please help us, Indian Head. Lost. Hurt bad. The boards are found in the summer of 1979. Investigators go upriver to the Beerspaw Dam, and the superintendent informs them that, due to low spring runoff, no spillage had occurred, and that there was no possibility that the boards had came from above the dam. They search the area beneath the dam and find rocks and other items with graffiti that matches the handwriting style, and are convinced it is a hoax. Also noted in the report is the following statement. The second point of interest was a report that came in from a 12-year-old boy, 14 miles west of Rimby, who had heard calls for help on his walkie-talkie sets that he had received for Christmas. These messages were heard on Boxing Day and 2 subsequent days. The RCC said at the time that the boy was sincere, but that he might have been the victim of a hoax perpetrated by a nearby individual. This boy would go to the press in 2014 and retell his story of events. The flight path is unknown, but in taped interviews with hangar staff and other individuals, it is revealed that Art likely flew Red Deer to the Rocky Mountain House and into the mountains from there. The hangar staff corroborated this, as one individual even viewed Art's charts and maps with him, and went as far as to state, "From what I understood, the routes he was going to use was from Red Deer to the Rocky VOR and then into the Nordig Pass." The investigators agree and say as much in the official summary. Based on the weather related to him, the pilot no doubt planned to fly direct to the Rocky Mountain House, VOR available, and hence attempt a direct flight to 108 Ranch. Why does this matter? Rocky Mountain House is a 45-minute drive from Rimby. From what I can gather, the man in the article lived, as a crow flies, just 35 kilometers away from the airport in Rocky Mountain House. Had Underwood taken a direct routing from YQF Airport, he would have encountered worsening weather in the Rocky Mountains, beyond VFR limits, and likely beyond his ability to get out of. There is a strong chance that he flew into a box canyon and was unable to turn out in time. In 2018, a poster on an Alberta Outdoors forum claimed he discovered the wreckage in 1992 in Adams River Valley, BC, and that he escorted Transport Canada and RCMP to the site. After speaking with the Transportation Safety Board, they confirmed that they have no record of a report, and the plane remains missing as recently as this week. As the TSB was formed in 1990, they would have been the authority that investigated the crash in 1992. In summary, and through the comments that the 12-year-old made online years later in that same outdoors forum before going to the press, I believe that the plane may actually lie somewhere in the foothills of Alberta. A very interesting mystery. There was a huge search conducted for the plane at the time, with the Canadian Air Force even getting involved. The civilian search and rescue teams also clocked in around 1,100 hours of flight time looking for the aircraft. OP suspects that if it didn't fly full speed into a mountain and disintegrate, which is unlikely due to a detail that we will discuss in a second, then it is possible that it crashed in a heavily wooded area that would be hard to see from above. Even more so now that everything will be overgrown. Years later, the local 12-year-old boy, whose name is David Reynolds, claims that he actually spoke to a dying Betty in the days following the crash. He said that he had always found Christmas hard, and after a lot of discussion, it turns out that he had actually pushed that memory down, but it came back to haunt him years later. Using walkie-talkies that were given to him by his uncle for Christmas, David and his cousin had heard a voice on Christmas Eve. The voice identified herself as Betty Talbot. Keep in mind that this was before the disappearance and search effort was made public. It's also important to note that these weren't just regular walkie-talkies, but rather discarded airline communication devices that has previously served a real purpose. Betty told David that the plane had crashed, people were injured and presumed dead, and she needed help. David told his family, and of course, they called the police. When first contact was made, Sheldon was the only other person alive alongside Betty. However, when they checked in the next day, she revealed that her son had not survived the night. Another day passed, and although efforts were ongoing, Betty was clearly angry that no one had turned up to save her yet, and disturbingly, the day after that, there was no response on the other end. Betty was gone, and likely dead. Now, years later, David is heavily involved in the search and determined to find out where the plane crashed so that he can finally put this disturbing memory to rest. However, the police did take his walkie-talkie in for analysis, and it proved that it would have never been able to hear and speak to an aircraft transceiver. However, it is likely that there was a GRS walkie-talkie on board the aircraft that survived the crash, and it's unlikely that Betty would have known how to work a proper plane radio anyway, and that's if it was even working. So I really don't want to discount David's story because there are far too many details that line up, and a lot of people that can confirm it as being true, even the police themselves. One commenter actually thought that they may have found a lead, linking Google Maps coordinates of a white object that they thought might be part of a plane. Opie says that this is likely just tree downfall, and because it is so close to a campground, it would have likely been noticed way sooner if it actually was a plane. Another commenter also chimes in, saying that they fly a similar model of plane nowadays and it is too small to be a possibility. If anyone is interested in helping to solve this mystery, I'll leave the coordinates of the false lead on the screen right now. With everything taken into account, it is likely near this area. And who knows, maybe you'll be the one who makes the difference.
A few months ago, a Redditor came to the RBI subreddit terrified because inside of their home, they had made a disturbing discovery. I've been renting this apartment for 4 to 5 months now. I am here on and off. My girlfriend lives abroad, so I stay here a month, then go back to my country for a few weeks, etc. Recently, I tried to move the desk in my apartment as I wanted to make a DIY den for my rabbit, and I wasn't using the desk much. This is when I realized it was plugged to something behind the wardrobe. They were next to each other. There was this black wire and I followed it to a small compartment under the desk where a camera was very conveniently installed and covered in black tape. The camera was basically positioned so that it perfectly records the groin area for someone sitting down on a chair in front of the desk. I guess it could also record the bed, but it didn't have a clear direction towards it and could only record maybe 25% of the lower part of the bed. The camera was fully covered in black tape, except for the small objective, so the light on it wouldn't be visible when turned on. The person who put it here had made sure of this by also covering the whole inside of the desk compartment with black tape and cutting a hole through it only for the objective. I can't explain it better, but the setup was hardly noticeable at all. When I went to the police station, 2 officers drove me to my house and investigated who lived here before me. Apparently, it was an escort who people had filed similar complaints against. Similar from what they said, but they didn't go into much detail. I'm having a hard time figuring out why an escort would use such a setup, and I can't really stop overthinking it. If it was for blackmail, then why place the camera at such a low angle that it couldn't easily capture faces or identifiable features? Why exactly the perfect position to capture someone sitting at a desk? Why a Wi-Fi camera as opposed to a memory card one? The whole building has Wi-Fi, but why would an escort need remote access to the camera even while she's absent? Why position in such a place that you could barely capture the feet, legs of someone laying on the bed and not the whole act? The wire was also taped to the back of my wardrobe with scotch, and it's clear from the setup that the desk has always been in the same place. My apartment is also a very small studio apartment, so not much room to fiddle with the bed's position. We're talking matter of inches. I have so many questions about this and I'd really appreciate some insight. A lot of students and kids have lived in this apartment before me, as it's close to a school, and the landlady's husband would often unlock the door even if I wasn't home or didn't open when he was knocking, just to showcase it to a potential tenant before I had asked him to stop, and tell him that I'm staying here long term. One time, he brought this 14-year-old with her mother to show her the apartment. I'm a guy, so I couldn't really care less if he spied on me, as I got nothing to hide. But as I mentioned, kids lived here before me, which is why the officer's conclusion seemed kind of unthoughtful to me, given the possible threat here. Alongside the post, the OP also attached a video showcasing how the camera was originally positioned.
Oh my
So we've
god.
got a camera that can be accessed remotely and a seemingly purposeful setup to accommodate it, and very little help from the police. Commenters jumped to the conclusion that this was most certainly the doing of the landlady's husband, who OP mentioned had previously entered the apartment without the consent of the tenant on multiple occasions. It was
Ah.
pointed out that this entry alongside the hidden camera would likely be a massive violation of the tenancy agreement, but without OP revealing the fine print of what was stated in the contract they signed, we can't be 100% sure. Tech-savvy Redditors decided to take a deeper look at the camera itself and the setup, and concluded that this was definitely an amateur gig, although they pointed out that it would be almost impossible to trace who was connected to it unless OP had lots of disposable income. They recommended printing out a piece of paper to go in front of it, alerting the person on the other end that OP knows what they are up to. They also urged OP to check the rest of their studio apartment because this camera can apparently be purchased for as cheap as $40, meaning that it's likely there could be more dotted around. As it turns out though, when the situation was investigated by the police, they decided to call up the landlady and her husband to make them aware of what's going on. This is the update the OP finally provided and how they reacted. When the cops called the couple about the camera, which the landlady denied even knowing about it and said it was definitely not them, they were on vacation at a beach. Well, they are apparently back, and today, when my girlfriend and I were in front of the building, we saw her husband working in the garage. He went up to us himself and started explaining the situation to my girlfriend in her language. I couldn't understand much.
Sure. Yeah, what's your question? You can't tax the super rich. They'll leave, and why the fuck do we allow elites to? That's a good question. So again, why the fuck do we not? I mean, why the fuck do we allow elite sociopaths to hold us hostage? That's a very good question. The most straightforward answer I can give is probably like manufactured consent. Basically, Stockholm syndrome, but on a societal level. Since most of us understand that, we shouldn't be greedy, we shouldn't be this or that, but like we kind of forget that like the rules don't apply to the elites, to the ruling class. As a result, we kind of do moral posturing, right? We're always just like, oh well, I'm such a better person than this person or that person who is also a member of, the working classes. People who don't have that level of power, but like it's a lot of like virtue signaling and performance because we know in the back of our minds that like we are not really in control, right? Everything is like an orchestration of ruling class deeds, ruling class interests, etc. Like the types of work that we can conduct in, that we can like do and engage in, the type of lives that we can live, and we basically all are given the goal of becoming petit bourgeoisie, right? Whereas they are the bourgeoisie according to like Marxist theory, we are all meant to aspire to become petite bourgeoisie and not like question the system. And so that's why, personally, I feel like, we have this manufactured consent, right? That's why we have these like opinions that are oftentimes like really reactionary. Like we want to focus mostly on things like, I don't know, like on one hand, I think that white privilege, for instance, that is an important conversation to have. But we should also recognize that like white privilege would not exist without ruling class interests, right? Like the goal is ultimately to divide and conquer. Because the white working class is not exactly privileged. They do not feel privileged. They, in the US, for instance, are seeing their health outcomes decline. They're seeing their, like, so much of their quality of life decline. Like, working class jobs are no longer lucrative and no longer sufficient for, survival in the US, right? Same thing with the UK, Canada, all over the world, really. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I mean that's exactly what it is. That's what I think it is as well. Like, and I don't even think it's just like employers, because of course, like, you can be petit bourgeoisie, be an employer, but you're not actually in control either. You're not part of the ruling class. You're just someone who is, you know, performing ruling class privilege. Yeah, and that's, a lot of people have that sentiment. And I think that really the most important thing to recognize that, like, we can create the hope ourselves, right? We can work on bettering ourselves and being more empathetic towards like other members of the I mean, not ruling class, the working class. We can try to deconstruct our own biases, and we can work on like, understanding why, this issue is important, why that issue is important, rather than, always focusing on our own respective groups, right? Because again, divide and conquer. The opposite of divide and conquer is unity and liberation. Unifying against, these forces that force us into, more or less fulfilling their interests over our interests and futures, etc. Um, Native Americans have this like philosophy of thinking ahead 6 generations, right? And so, and I mean, a lot of other societies also used to function in that same manner, making decisions that would, benefit future generations, not only the current generation, right? And so I think that's also why, there's a lot of like anti-boomer sentiment, because we have seen that like a lot of like baby boomers, wealthier white baby boomers, they use their, you know, abilities, right? And kind of like abuse them. Like home prices are the way that they are because baby boomers, they were able to get a lot of like land, all of that stuff, capital, while my generation, I'm on the latter end of millennials, Gen Z, and soon enough, Gen Alpha, they are all like in this, like we're all in this like state where we can't really like advance socially, and so a lot of us don't feel like we're even in like real adulthood, right? Like whether you're talking about the pandemic and that those like impacts on society as a whole, or you're talking about like, you know, just the ability to buy a house, just the ability to live without crushing student loan debt, especially here in the Western world, in the global North. Um, and that's why, you know, there is a lot of like discontent and not that much hope in the future, not that much hope for the future. And I really wish I like included the chat box, the chat box, because like that would have been great context. But yeah, we really do need to create our own hope. I see hope in, you know, Gen Z in the Philippines, you know, my people there, um, in Nepal, in Indonesia, Madagascar, um, all of these Gen Z um activists literally overthrowing governments because they know and understand that ruling class interests are not their interests, and they were able to mobilize, right? Some successful, some not necessarily as successful, but putting pressure on them will make them capitulate. It may even make them step down, right? And I think that's the important dynamic. Even though like the No Kings protests, like some people on the left are just like, oh well, they're not really doing anything. I think it's very important to make sure that like America as a whole, Americans as a whole, know that we don't like this shit. Like, so some of the people who did attend those protests are like legitimate leftists and whatnot. A lot of them were also liberal, right? And so I think we also need to deconstruct like the role of ideology, because ultimately we have the same interests regardless of ideology, race, ethnicity, you know, being trans or not, being queer or not, having a different religion. We have the same interests. We're all human, and we deserve to survive and to thrive in this world. Like, we have more than enough resources to allow everyone to follow their dreams. The only thing is that the ruling class is gatekeeping us from the ability to actually dream to begin with, let alone to implement the things that we dream about. So yeah, that was my tangent. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think that's why personally I'm studying like hate speech for my like capstone project for my current degree program, and why also like I'm going to be entering a political psychology program to begin with in the spring, because you know I want to find ways to understand like the messaging, right? To understand why certain messaging works, why it doesn't work. Because messaging is, for better or worse, um a very vital way of deconstructing and understanding and really being able to portray like the value of your ideas, right? We can't let, you know, ruling class messaging rule everything. And so yeah, but I guess I'm should well, you know what, maybe there are other videos to have to watch. Like some of this content is like really morbid, not gonna lie. What is okay, you know what, no, wait, he's actually on the ground.
Left over here, we do have anti-protesters here that were
Oh wow.
bumping with
Well, I
the
didn't
protesters.
actually know that he was at New York City.
Pedophile that wanted to support that whole drag story hour bullshit, talking about he wants to make kids go transgender, right?
What?
I mean, you're the whole weirdo attending the whole drag story hour, though, right? That was you trying to make kids go trans, though, right?
Like that's crazy, you know. So we might be from the same area. It's just the way you was coming up on me. I know. Like I'm like, I deal with crazy people on the train, bro.
Why? Because you want to support that. You want to support kids going trans, right?
What the fuck? See, that's what I mean. Like, you want to support kids going trans. Like, what is the issue with kids being trans? Like, I'm sorry, but like, do you not realize that like your indigenous ancestors, for instance, I'm assuming that he's like of Latino descent. I mean, that he's Latino, and so obviously he would have like Native American lineage, right? They literally had like queer and trans people all throughout generations. My people had queer and trans people throughout all the generations. So like, why is that the issue? And why are you allowing, you know, this dumbass to like make you lose the plot? Like, I'm sorry, I don't understand that. But at the same time, you know, maybe if somebody was able to go to that specific dude and just like let him know, let him understand, like hating on trans people is not going to fucking, you know, prevent ICE from like trying to arrest you. It's not gonna prevent discrimination from getting at you. Like, that is not the point. And that's the truth. Like me, I know I am still brown, even though I am Filipino. I'm still brown. I am in Texas. I have like a lot more to lose than a lot of people do in terms of like me not shutting my mouth, but it is what it is, right? We do have to have like some type of courage and ability to, you know, speak truth to power in whatever little way we do. So you being out on the streets, just like harming trans people, that's a terrible use of resources. That's all I have to say about that. You know what? Let me see this. What is this? I might as well.
27 feet, right on schedule. Right on schedule now.
A year ago.
Move down the track.
Huh.
Okay. 60 feet.
I actually don't know how like old this lore is. I just know I keep like watching these videos. Like I'm just like have to think about like everything getting destroyed to feel some sense of hope. Sometimes. I guess let's see with the perspective of like this, I guess, young
You know what's crazy?
man is.
School has literally taken up your entire life. Think about it. If you're anywhere near my age, chances are you started school when you're in preschool and it has been non-stop from there.
Yeah.
Elementary, middle school, high school, college. School has become such a big part of your identity. I'm sure a lot of you guys got asked, what school are you from? Where did you graduate? What are you studying? But it's finally that time of the year. People are posting pictures in their gowns celebrating their hard work and graduating, marking an end to their academic chapter. Then the question arises.
Yeah, I thought my academic chapter ended. No.
What now? What are you gonna do now that school is over? And that's a very valid question, because we've been so accustomed to school that it feels weird to navigate through life without it. Before we can answer that question, we have to look at why we asked that in the first place, and the root is adulthood.
Yep.
You get asked the same question after you graduate high school, but college comes in clutch as a band-aid to say, I'm going to university. I'll worry about that question 4 years later. You can even take it further by going to grad school.
Yep.
And you know, college really isn't a bad choice.
It's not.
Your counselor recommended it, your parents are pretty much forcing you, and you go along with it. Because let's be honest, you don't know what else you'll be doing. Especially when you're fresh out of high school. You just turned 18 years old, you're legally an adult, but you have zero experience of independence. You live with your parents your entire time and got a set schedule in high school. And college is a good grace period to have so you don't get thrown in the ocean of adulthood. Instead, you're taking baby steps. You're still surrounded in an environment full of other students, but this time, you're choosing your own classes, you're choosing your own schedule, and there won't be anybody to hold your hand anymore. In high school, teachers and other staff would be around to monitor you, make sure that you're on track, but in university, you can skip all you want. You can be a failure, drop out, nobody's gonna care. And shit, high school is free, college isn't.
Yeah.
But luckily for you, you can take on loans and drown in debt and worry about that later. That's the taste of adulthood. There is independence you gain when you're the one that's responsible academically and financially to complete.
I mean, it's the same exact thing with like getting a house, to be honest. Like a lot of people don't seem to realize this, but like being able to get a mortgage is not like all that it's cracked up to be. Because like, what if you lose your job? Which happened to me. Right? And it's like, I have this mortgage. I have this house note, right? And yeah, I took out my retirement. And so we are able to live sort of comfortably. But like, it's still a huge adjustment, and it's still like I had to make it very clear to my parents who, you know, like want me to keep working, and yeah, I had to make it very clear to them that like I was not probably going to be able to survive like that 9 to 5 that I had previously when I was working at like Chevron. Not because the job was difficult. I literally got bored like so much of the time, and I would just like automate this like and that thing. I would just like find a way. But like, it's soul crushing. Like it is legitimately soul crushing to work for like a large corporation and just like give up your future, the best years of your life, right? It is just like really soul crushing and just completely disheartening. Just like not realizing and not understanding, what your future is. Just not even like seeing the point, right? Just not like understanding like why are you doing this? Yeah, so it's just like, I'm at this point where I'm just like, did I just waste like 5 years of my life? And I think I have to be okay with the answer being yes. I may have gotten this house, I may have gotten like the ability to support my parents for, a few years, but it's like all of these material things are unraveling. And at the same time, I really felt like I lost like the plot in terms of like, what do I actually want to do in life? Like, I clearly did not know anymore that there was a life beyond like working at that company, working at a Fortune 500 company. It's just like, like I feel like capitalism is all about, holding people hostage, right? Like you get a few more trinkets and toys if you are emulating or directly supporting the ruling class in their endeavors. Which is why like working at a Fortune 500 gets you paid so well normally, right? Being able to work corporate at a tech company or an oil and gas company, etc., companies that are legitimately doing harm to people across the world. Being able to work for those companies, losing yourself for the sake of the goals of the company. Yeah. It's meant to crush your soul and crush your humanity and to make it so that you don't feel like you even own yourself anymore. That's their point. That's like why they're literally grooming you towards like a life of accepting that you have no purpose other than serving that company. So I had to say, I had to like get myself out, right? Like, would it have been nice to still have a paycheck at this point? Of course. But it's just like the longer I spent in that sort of comfort, the harder it would be for me to transition, right? Later in life. I really feel like 5 years there was a little long. It probably was a bit long. Now it's time for me to spread my wings and do what I meant to do. I still don't know what it necessarily is in particular, but like, I don't know. We'll see. That's kind of the point. But yeah. So, I can understand like videos like this, why they're just like, why like, especially like Gen Z in this type of job market, why they are, really emphasizing, you gotta get out there into the workplace, not realizing that we can 100% have a better life if we were to hold to the fire those in the ruling class that are literally, on our necks with their fucking boots. Yeah.
Your courses and get that diploma. Hopefully, those college years were enough to prepare yourself though, because the end of your academic journey is served with the side of, what the hell are you going to do for the rest of your life? If there were a surface level answer to this, it would be to get a job. That's if your resume is stacked enough to compete in this terrible job market.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'll be going down a bottomless pit of unemployment.
Yep.
Though, even if you get a job, it's scary to think that you'll be working in that field for 40 plus years until retirement.
Oh my god.
And you might want to reconsider if you want to explore other passions before jumping straight to the workforce. In a situation where you're lost in life, I found the best decision you can make is to try out everything.
True.
This ties back to why a person went to college in the first place.
I wish I could have like tried out everything, cause like, yeah, like when I was between like college and between graduating college and like when I got that job, I was like, I felt so lost. I also was dealing with like a lot of health problems, so like there's that too. But like, yeah, it was just really rough.
Sure, there are a handful of people that have a burning passion for it, but I'm sure most people just didn't know what to do and chose to try college.
Yeah.
I am speaking for others right now, so I thought, what's a better way to find out than to ask the students directly?
True.
I'm back at the
Yes,
school
let's
that I
see what they
graduated
were
from,
saying.
San Francisco State University.
Ooh.
I'm not gonna glaze or anything because my experience here was kind of mid, but it's taking a good chunk of my life that I still appreciate. Anyway, we're gonna be asking students, why did you choose to go to college?
To get a degree, get out of here, get a good job.
To get a career, to get a job.
Valid.
To have a lot of money.
My family always has college in them.
College will give me a good opportunity, partially because my parents too.
With that, what do you see yourself doing like when you graduate?
In the tech field, so doing UI, UX, working with AI.
Fintech or like finance.
I'd probably just go to vet school.
I've been really focusing towards starting my own stuff.
And are there any steps you're doing or taking to get yourself there or prepare yourself?
I've been networking with a lot of people.
Right now I'm in school, yeah.
I'm just finishing up my classes, like my core classes and all of my electives so I can graduate.
Working towards getting my bachelor's.
I don't know, just studying.
What would you guys be doing?
I think it's really interesting though. Like you see the, I don't know. Like I feel like having diversity really is something that like a lot of people take for granted. And like we are in the state of things that we are in because we don't value diversity enough. We don't value actual inclusion, right? Like everything that we know about diversity, equity, and inclusion is all about the fucking corporate bullshit. And that's why a lot of people react to it by like saying, you know, we don't want this down our throats. We don't want this forced down our throats. We want to be politically incorrect. We want to be crass. We want to be rude. We don't want to respect people. Not realizing that, you know, they really just do not like corporate America and the way that they have forced, you know, this specific thing down their throats. And done so in such a way that literally like divorces like diversity, equity, and inclusion, that idea, from, you know, by corporatizing it, right? Like corporatizing diversity, equity, and inclusion means that you lose like the ability to actually think critically about those topics, because corporatizing anything leads to like watered down versions, right? Like that's why companies are like said to be woke for having like DEI and have been punished for it, right? By this administration and etc. But at the same time, actual diversity, actual equity, actual inclusion. Like what comes naturally when you attend a school that it has like a high acceptance rate, for instance. Because apparently the acceptance rate for this like school, San Francisco State, is around 90%. And I think it's something similar for like ASU, which is where I'm gonna be doing my master's in political psychology. And I do see it as a benefit to be able to access like a more diverse like group of people, cohort. Like I'm just gonna say like at Boston University, my current cohort is like majority either white or Asian. And of course I'm Asian. So I'm part of like that majority in a way. I'm also Filipino, so like I only encountered like probably one or two students that are also Filipino. Because like data science is not necessarily like of the STEM fields, only medicine is like dominated somewhat by Filipinos, right? So even in like programs that are supposed to be majority Asian, I don't necessarily fit in, right? And so I value actual diversity because I know what it's like to not necessarily have like that perspective be validated. Oh yeah. Tangent after tangent. Like sorry, but not sorry.
If you weren't in college?
Probably just working full time, some silly little job.
Probably would stay home in Hawaii, and yeah, I just worked. Probably working with my dad.
I think my dad would force me to work, to be honest.
I would probably be an actor.
Probably make money off of social media, so like be a YouTuber, a streamer, something like that.
And the last question I have for you is, can I get your number?
Fuck no.
Alright, so just as I expected, people have a general idea of what they want to get into, but it's not with super strong.
I mean, you know damn well it was scripted, but the rage bait.
On confidence or passion. And you might be asking,
Chold, you graduated. What are you gonna do now?
Well, during the 4 months I've been out of school, I've realized that I still don't have an answer to that question. What I will say though, is that
I'm not looking forward to like needing to get like the cap and gown. I think I might just like not go to graduation because like that's like 200-300 bucks right there, and then having to like get a plane ticket to Boston. Ugh. Anyway,
kept the mindset of exploration. Even though I don't know what I'm gonna do for the rest of my life and career, I spent my time post-college doing a little bit of everything. I work a 9 to 5, I went on vacation with my family, and I'm making these videos, which
I'm so jealous like whenever I see like footage of like Japan or Taiwan or Korea, like I'm just like I wish I could go there. Like an orderly society where like people respect each other for the most part. Maybe that's like Japan. And you know what, let me not be like racist, because I'm pretty sure like a lot of like Korea is also like that, even if like there's a lot of discrimination against Filipinos there.
Thank you guys so much. I've always had a passion for making videos, and a simple viewer like you liking, commenting, subscribing just keeps me
like Korean people are cool for the most part, like the ones I've met, so like yeah,
going. I appreciate you. But like I said, doing something, anything, at the very least allows you to look into your options rather than sitting there contemplating your choices. Take action. Even though I barely
that's my level of depression sometimes. Like I'm just Tom. I'm literally just like Tom. Just like yeah.
School, One thing I heard about is post-graduation depression, and I'm starting to see why that is. The biggest change outside of college is the lack of social life. College had a community where you can meet anyone anywhere. Heading to a new class, you'll meet someone there. Heading to the gym, there's a bunch of gym bros and gym girls there too. Going to a school event, that place is meant for networking. You couldn't go one day in college without at least having one small interaction with someone. Like midterms and finals.
Personally, I hated that. And I actually did legitimately avoid interaction during college because I was just like, I don't feel like talking to people today. And so I would just like put on my headphones and not look at anyone in the eye and just like sit in the corner. Yeah. That's what happens when you're neurodivergent and go to a place that is like meant for neurotypicals.
Were killing me, studying past midnight, but I missed the part where I studied together as a group with friends, and we were in misery together. I had days where I'd work a shift with my friend, then we would go to the gym together, get food, and go home. Those days were simple, but it was productive and enjoyable, and I liked how I was just surrounded by people.
I bet it would be.
My days in college was really on grind mode. I was working 2 jobs, full-time in school, while making the most gym gains that I ever had, and I had a girlfriend. Surprising, right?
Stop the cap.
And I was on track to graduate 1 semester early, but now I don't really have peers that I'm around on a daily basis. We're on different wavelengths, and it's harder to connect with them and stay close. Social life went from I'll see you tomorrow, or I'll see you next class, to I'll see you whenever I'm free, or I'll let you know. You have to make a strong effort to keep a close relationship with your friends.
You really do.
Most people are called friends by proximity, where you're described as friends only due to being in the same environment, but I wouldn't say that's a bad thing. Being in an area of socialization should be appreciated.
Oh shit.
Looking back, one of my biggest regrets in college was treating it like a stepping stone to get to my next point in my journey. I was a little too focused on the work aspect of school that I forgot to enjoy the present of it. It wasn't until my final semester that I really started to embrace the moment.
Okay, I have this friend that's like, I'm kind of worried sometimes that he's like in a cult. Like legitimately worried because I'm like, oh, you know, witchcraft, that's cool. You know. Things like tarot and making sigils and stuff like that. Like, that's not bad. That's cool, actually. Do I want to talk about it like 24/7? No. But that's cool, nonetheless, you know. And then I was like, I'm getting initiated. Now I'm kind of scared. Let me try to focus on 2 things at once.
Moment, like going to social activities, meeting new people, joining clubs, because the college environment is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I've said this in my previous videos, but growing up, I learned that nobody has their life figured out.
True.
But I have faith in the idea that stepping out your comfort zone and trying new things will eventually get us somewhere. Reflecting from my experience in college made me realize how valuable time is. Yeah, I could have used my time more on the social aspects of university, but sitting in regret won't get me anywhere. I took it as a lesson to value the now and to live in the present. And you know what? Maybe you're stressed about your future and what you're gonna do next. But congratulations, you graduated. Take some time living in the moment to enjoy this accomplishment, because you earned it. Also, I'm a pretty small channel, but because of that, I'm able to do something that larger channels can't. So for the next month, I'll be hearting and responding to every single comment in this video. If you don't believe me, drop a comment down below and you'll see. Anyway, like and subscribe. See ya.
Alright. I can like that. I can like that. That's true. Who had it better? That is true, because, like, yeah, the 80s were probably not going to be like it. I want to see this. What's this? it's gonna sound racist, but like I at first glance I thought this was Zohan. And I was like, wait, why would there be this picture of him? Let me see this.
Last year, the amount of discouraged male workers grew 50%, meaning that not only are these men
True.
not working, but they have stopped looking for work entirely.
Yeah. Somehow, like, I don't know, like, I didn't know this, but like, apparently, if you're going to school and you become unemployed, you are not counted as unemployed. So, I'm not officially unemployed, which is like weird, but like, okay, sure, why not?
Because they don't believe that they have the skills or qualifications necessary to land a job in their local economy, bringing the amount of men in their 20s who are not in employment, education, or training to 1 in every 10. But that doesn't mean that the other 9 are doing so hot either.
Yeah.
Over the past decade, male enrollment at colleges dropped a whopping 20%, in contrast to an only 7% decline we saw in female enrollment. And if having bad relationships with work and school wasn't bad enough, young men's relationships with young women aren't doing so well either.
Yeah, but I mean, of course you can meme like the whole thing about, you know, why would young women, you know, want to date someone who's like a fascist or listens to like these podcasts, but like I'm also wondering where your solutions are, like, no, like legitimately, what are your solutions for that? Like, okay, you're pointing out the problem, we know it's a problem, but what do you think can get, you know, young men out of that mindset? Why do you seem to think that young men are irredeemable and thus, you know, not deserving of friendship or relationships with women? Like, again, like, men are actually like over 50% of the US population, for instance. And so I don't see the point in like denigrating young men necessarily and just like just being like, you know, hey, like, why are you know, I feel like the analysis should just be deeper and not be like, I don't want to say man hating because like obviously there are many women who have experienced harm by men and that needs to be addressed completely, but like at the same time, you know, you see these numbers and you can say, you know, well, I don't care about the male loneliness epidemic, but like, would it actually benefit you for this to continue? Would this personally benefit you or the other like women in your life for this to continue? Like, I think at some point we have to like really understand and deconstruct these like concepts, even of like privilege, because again, like, privilege only exists, like, there is no real privilege that doesn't exist without the current paradigm of the ruling class having the power that they do. And so like being crass and, you know, I'm not saying to baby men, obviously, but I am saying, you know, think more critically in terms of like the criticisms that you wage against like young men, young people as a whole, right? Because there's a lot of criticism against Gen Z for being Gen Z. There's a lot of criticism against like this group or that group. right? So yeah, I find it weird that like people in my age range, well, it might be different if like they segmented it like by 5-year increments. Like I'm pretty sure like for 30 to 35 year olds, it's gonna be way higher than 25%, but like still.
2/3 of young men in America are single, and when you survey these people, over half of them say that they've given up on romantic relationships entirely. Marriage rates amongst young adults have dropped from 31% to 18% since the 90s,
True.
and almost half of Gen Z men report having no romantic or sexual experience at all, which is double that of previous generations who, notably, lived much more restrictive lives than Gen Z has.
That's not wrong,
So,
yeah.
who is doing well right now? Well, it might be your knee-jerk assumption to say women, obviously.
Yeah, no.
But not really. While Gen Z women in cities are better educated, are earning more money, and report more satisfaction in their
Like that's the challenge of like relying on these very specific metrics to be able to say like who is succeeding, who is not, right? Because like Asian Americans, for instance, we succeed in all the metrics. College education, yeah, higher than average. Income, like median family income, stuff like that, like yeah, of course, higher than average. But then you also see a lot of like discrimination, and it's rarely tracked. And so, you know, as a result, there's the assumption that like, hey, they are the model minority just because we succeed in these specific metrics. But then it obfuscates the fact that there's still discrimination against us. And it's almost like seen as the last bastion of acceptable discrimination. And so when somebody discriminates against an Asian American person, like it's not taken as seriously. And of course, you know, the caveat to that is that like we should obviously fight against every single form of discrimination. We cannot build like a working class revolution when we openly accept discrimination. Like, you know, there are criticisms against like white bread tube, for instance, for its lack of coverage on, you know, Sudan, the genocide that's going on there. And where like a lot of the content that's been created in like the past year or a few years revolves solely around like what do white leftists see as, you know, worthy of conversation, and what do white leftist influencers see as like worthy of their attention. And it's become very abundantly clear that the suffering in Sudan is not considered like something that people should be interested in, right? And so, you know, we have this dynamic, right? And so it would be very understandable if someone who's like Sudanese, you know, if they side-eye someone who is like a white leftist for not paying attention to them and their issues, especially since like there were allegations of like pro-Palestinian white leftists who've basically engaged in like canceling campaigns against like, you know, Sudanese people who are, you know, trying to use their platforms to, you know, basically highlight the suffering of their people, for instance. Like, and that is very tone deaf, right? So we need to have that like very intersectional understanding, but at the same time, we also need to like remember that, you know, we're all human, we can learn. what matters is like actually learning, not just being like, I don't know enough about that, so I'm not gonna talk about it. Then learn. It's very like knowledge. Not all knowledge is free, right? Like a lot of it is gate kept in like academic journals and stuff like that. But like we also have like we do have a lot of knowledge that is freely available, right? So there's that. We need to build up like just like overarching solidarity, not just like solidarity based on identity or social status or whatnot. And I think that's the really big issue. And so you end up with these like narratives like, oh well, single men, like men are facing worse like education outcomes, health outcomes, etc. compared to women. Thus women don't face discrimination anymore. Asians have higher health outcomes, education outcomes, thus discrimination doesn't exist. And that's very problematic to think of things in that manner, especially when women did not have the right to vote until 1920 here in the US. In France, like until the 1970s. Asians were not considered to be eligible for citizenship until around like that same time. Right, and so like there's a lot of discrimination that still exists. And it's very clear that it still exists, but we don't pay attention to it because we're just like looking at the metrics. And we're just looking and paying attention to what the raw numbers say without actual consideration about like what those like raw numbers are supposed to mean, right? And I think as an almost data scientist, it is very helpful that I have like this perspective now where I can really like lock in and really analyze like different issues by the data that exists around them, right? And so that's kind of what I'm happy about in terms of like my educational and career trajectory right now. But yeah, let's continue. Pretty sure people would be annoyed with me.
Their relationships than their male peers
With all my
do,
tangents.
that does not mean that the girls are doing all right.
They're not.
See, there actually is a subset of men who are doing really well right now when compared to the general population. Men making above average salaries, gaining valuable romantic and sexual experience, who have lots of friends, are finding their purpose in life, and are maybe even getting married to one of those quote unquote high value women that the red pill subreddits like to glorify, all before he's even 30 years old. And those young men are overwhelmingly at traditional 4-year universities.
That's not
So
around
this
here.
begs the question, is the cure to male loneliness just going to a university? At least assuming that you take advantage.
Yeah, I think we need to also like deconstruct like Gen Z men are the most educated generation of men that have ever existed. Well, okay. Millennial and early Gen Z men. Because like we were primarily like the two generational cohorts that were basically forced into going to college and stuff like that.
advantage of the school's mental health facilities, career services, clubs, and student life anyway? Well, that's what I'm going to investigate today, because, spoiler alert, the answer is not a simple yes or no.
Yeah.
It really depends on a few key decisions that young men end up making. And it's a lot to go over, so please be sure to like this video and subscribe if you are new, and let's just get right into it. Now, trust me, I can already see the comments that are saying, bro, are you really going to argue in favor of college in 2025? That place where idiots go to take out $100,000 in loans for an art history degree? That place where frat boys go on drinking benders for 2 years before dropping out? That place where some anthropology professor in a pink pantsuit is going to tell me that I'm evil just because I was born a white male? That college? Yes.
Yep.
Yes, I am. And I'm not even going to deny that the dark side of universities isn't real. It absolutely is. But I am going to argue that the current anti-college narrative is incredibly flawed and does a terrible job of showing the true cost-benefit analysis of doing something like going to a university. And not only that, but is being overwhelmingly pushed by grifters who want you to remain sad, lonely, and broke so that they can take all of the money and girls for themselves by fear-mongering around the dark side of college in order to convince.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that like this YouTuber is like trying to use, you know, the type of male-centered language to appeal to them, right? I mean, we've seen this, you know, work really well for a lot of other like content creators, like Hassan Piker, for instance. Like, he's very notably, you know, someone who appeals to young white men, right? And so, you know, I'll give like that benefit of the doubt that like, you know, that language that was just used is probably for that purpose. Like, you know, the whole language of like, you know, they want to keep all the girls, which of course, like, many logically minded people, and maybe it's because I'm like queer as fuck, so I respect women. And so like that does come across to me personally as problematic. But yeah, I'm assuming that this language is like being stated because of you know, what will appeal to young white men, this type of language, because we see this in the podcasts.
You to buy their crypto course instead of making long-term financial investments in yourself. So let me be shamelessly blunt and talk about the dark side of universities. We're going to talk about the debt, we're going to talk about the corruption, we're going to talk about the mythical DEI warrior who calls you a colonizer in your History 101 class, despite also being white.
Oh wait, no, I'm not white.
Herself. We're going to talk about all of it so that we can demystify what the experience of attending college is actually like, to hopefully make it a little less scary, and to show that many of the proven historical benefits of attending university are in fact still relevant to young men.
Yeah, because like this presentation I'm working on, they're probably gonna think I'm like that DEI warrior, which is gonna be funny. Because I'm like going to present my findings about hate speech. But obviously I'm not gonna have the time to like be like, hey, let me radicalize you. I just want to get my points. I want to get my credit. That's it. And so like the majority of this like content is literally gonna be about like just like, okay, these are the issues that I've been facing in my project. So I might like cut significantly cut out like this, like the first like section, because I really do want to just get to the point. Like I'll leave like the slide deck having like the content that it does, but like yeah. Okay. Let me play the video.
Probably now more than ever. So let's start with debt. Now, I talk about this a lot more in my previous video, but just to summarize, according to the Federal Reserve, the median student loan debt is sitting right around $20,000 right now. Not $100,000,
True.
20. That's less debt than the average American has on a used car in the United States.
Yeah,
and over
true.
half of the people who have more than $25,000 in student debt have advanced degrees.
About to be me. I'm gonna have a lot of that, but like I will have studied what I need to study.
Like doctors, lawyers, and PhDs. This is also why we use the median when talking about these statistics and not the average, because there's a small handful of doctors and lawyers dramatically pulling the average up.
True. Like it is not abnormal for you to have like 6-figure debt, and like as a doctor. And most of them take years like to pay off. Like my in-law is like a pharmacist, has like 6 figures of debt, and it's just like, okay, that's fine.
So median is a much more academically honest metric to use when looking at something like debts. Now, if you go to a traditional 4-year university in the United States, then it is very statistically unlikely that you're going to take out more debt than you can actually handle.
True.
And the data overwhelmingly prove this. Only 13% of college graduates from public schools are behind on their loans, and only 11% of graduates who went to private schools are behind on their loans. It's just not as bad as like these finance gurus on YouTube make
True.
it out to be. And not only that, but people who earn at least a
I mean that's the issue with like just influencer culture in general, right? Like they thrive on making you feel insecure and making you feel stupid and making you feel like you're not doing the right thing in life. When you know like your intuition, you're the only person that has like your ability to be intuitive in the ways that you do. Right? I believe that all of us are intuitive to a degree. Just that like some people are more intuitive than others. Some people are more intuitive about certain things than others, right? What can look really risky or really soft to somebody, you know, to a different person, that can look really brave, or it can look really empathetic, right? Like, but yeah, like when we listen too much to podcasters and just like gurus, yeah, there are issues there, definitely. Let me continue.
bachelor's degree overwhelmingly report that the cost of their tuition was worth the money when they got into the professional workforce. But that is technically a self-report and is therefore coming from people's opinions. So if you want some harder data, then consider this. When you look at two people from the same socioeconomic background, say you're looking at two middle-class white dudes from Henderson, Nevada, the one who went to college will reliably earn 70% more in their lifetime earnings than the one who did not go to college, averaging a $1.2 million increase in lifetime earnings. Now, I'm no math genius, but I'm pretty sure that a $1.2 million increase in earnings is higher than the $20,000 to $25,000 of student debt that most Americans are carrying right now. And again, this is equalizing for socioeconomics. So we're looking at people with the same race, the same gender, the same age, the same just kind of general background overall.
I'm kind of wondering what like low income Asians, how we would have like, because I grew up middle class then low income. yeah, it's weird.
Really, where people run into trouble with student debt is when they either get some college or they don't complete a bachelor's
True.
degree. People who drop out, people who get technical degrees, or people who...
Because, like, even to this day, like, probably 50% of my student loan debt came from Liberty University because I attempted to get my IT degree. I was just like, no, I can't finish this. Not because it was difficult, because I was a star student, but I did not feel an interest in completing a degree at a school that would not be taken seriously. So I did not. I could have definitely gone there for like way less money, but at the same time, my father had the brilliant idea of making me take out my student loans and, you know, using the extra money and giving it to him for us to survive. Eventually, I had to stop. I should have just said no, but he was like pressuring me. Yeah. So, like, yes, we live together, but I do hold a lot of resentment for good reason.
who get associate's degrees overwhelmingly report that college was not worth the money. And again, I think that really lends itself to the financial problems that we see when young adults try to arbitrage their education to save money instead of just going for a more prestigious program at an established school with a good connection to industry and a good recruiting infrastructure.
That's true. That's probably also true, yeah. Yeah, I think part of why I'm just like, okay, I need to get into like this school or that school. Like the reason why I didn't just like go to like I could have easily gone to like a cheaper online school, probably. But like going to a big state school that's now ranked around like in the 130s nationally, you know, it opened some doors for me. It did. It really did. Yeah, it really did. Because like yeah, because oh, there's something with my connection. Anyway, you know, I don't know if it was the 4.0. It could have been the 4.0. But like nonetheless, you know, the reality is that like my job outcomes, my outcomes for grad school, they're pretty good because of like the education that I received. You know, and it's not even like UT Austin, right? Like it's not even like one of those really, really prestigious schools. It was just the University of Houston. You know, ranked around like 130s now. Back when I was going to school, it was like 170s nationally. And so, you know, like even like you don't need to get into the most prestigious program, but you probably should try to make sure that like if you are going to college, whether it's for grad school or whether it's, you know, your first time as an undergrad, even if you're like an adult, you should probably consider, you know, a program that's a little more prestigious, right? More well known, has like local connections if that's important to you. You should definitely like consider like what's important to you, right? Because for me, the reason why I wanted to go to Boston University is because I was just like, okay, I want to have like good connections. There's like this. You know what? I'm turning on the fan. There's this like fruit fly that's been trying to get in my mouth. Like that is not consensual, sir. Anyway. Yeah, there's like the benefit of like being really employable, right? like in the, you know what, I can probably go to the website. Just like for this ranking, which is like, I've never heard of it, but like apparently it is like the utmost like ranking for employers. Like this is like the creme de la creme of like employability rankings, right? So Boston University, 34 in the world. In the world, not even just like in the US. In the US it's like I think top 5. And then the state that the school I'm going to next is 41 in the world again. If you're just counting like the US, allow me to try figuring out there. Oh, here. So, yeah. Boston University is not the top 10, but 3, 4, 5. It's just like, okay, yeah, number 12. And then Arizona State is number 14. Yeah. You know, pretty good for even the US, right? And like, remember, like, Dartmouth obviously is way more prestigious than BU or ASU, but for this specific metric, right, it's not considered to be as employable. At least according to like this year's ranking. I think the new one comes in next month, I guess. Oh yeah, it's almost in November. Yeah. You know, these rankings can shift, but like normally, you know, all of these schools are gonna be, they're only gonna be here. You know, like Northeastern's gonna still be here, like Boston College, Babson College, Tufts, yeah. Northeast, yeah, wait, I already said that. You know, of course, like you expect Harvard and MIT to be very employable. But you know, like the top school here that has like a high employability ranking and has a very high acceptance rate, ASU. Right? Like, and I'm not saying like that you should or shouldn't go to a school like ASU, but like there are a lot of things to consider in terms of like prestige as well. Like, you know, like ASU actually has really good programs for like political science and psychology, and so me studying political psychology means I'm gonna get the benefit of like that type of faculty. And by really good, I mean like top 50, top 60 in the country, but you know. Yeah. But yeah, these are like the other rankings. So I was just like, okay, well, you know, BU is a really good school for like employability. And since this is an international ranking, you know, obviously there's some like people abroad that are gonna know about Rice or UT Austin. But because for me, like I want to be able to work anywhere in the world, just in case, you know. So I was just like, I want to. Oh wait, oh October 30. Oh, in a few days. Okay. Yeah, you know, I wanted to prioritize like a degree where I can work anywhere in the world, right? And like BU is normally one of the schools that have like this reputation of like really well preparing their students. So I was just like, okay, maybe I should go here. I've like succeeded to a degree. You know, not doing that bad overall. I have like a problem class this semester, but it's like this is also my last semester. So I probably shouldn't overthink it. Right? I probably shouldn't be like like writing and this like presentation script and like redoing it all over again, like I have been over the past few hours. Ooh, 3 hours now. 3 hour mark. Nice. But yeah, that's kind of what I like. That's why I'm just like, okay, prestige is important. We can't like say that it's not, but at the same time, like the most prestigious program is not always going to, provide the best opportunities for like the job market or even for like grad school, right? Because some people will thrive in a smaller liberal arts environment, whereas other people will thrive in like a giant lecture hall, right? I am of the former variety. So like I was thriving in classes where I was able to sit at the front and where there weren't like over 100 people in the same classroom. Like those were the classes where I would thrive. Like back when I was going to U of H. And so I know that as a student, that's part of like my requirements. And so I chose a program where I was just like, okay, well, I guess I can thrive as a student here because like like even though there are a lot of students, a lot of people who like participate in are like virtual lectures and stuff like that, we're like there's plenty of opportunity to like stand out. Unfortunately. Unfortunately for me, because I'm an overthinker, and like I think like some people know now that like my over like if they don't move fast enough, I will pounce, and so they'll just like let me do all the homework. Actually, like the fact that like TAs are telling me like at least once every like session that I'm with them, they're just like don't overthink, don't do too much. Like what do you expect? Maybe that's why it's a good thing for me to stream. Though I don't even know like the size of my audience or the scope of it either, right? Like yeah. Anyway. Yeah, let me continue the video for once. Like, what the hell? It went on like there's still like over 20 minutes in the video, and I just went on a tangent for like 20 minutes.
Structure. Kind of like how some people will refuse to move to the American coast because it's too expensive, even though the jobs there dramatically outpay the cost of living increase.
True. Like, the in-person jobs that I have applied to are like in the West Coast or the East Coast. For that reason.
We see the same thing with how people choose colleges. Every single day, high schools and parents are telling teenagers things like, don't go straight to a university. Take concurrent enrollment in high school, then go to a community college, get all of your generals done, and then transfer up to a 4-year university so that you can save a bunch of money on tuition for those first 2 years, and then you only have to take classes that are relevant to your major and that you're actually interested in once you get there. In theory, that is really good financial advice. However, in practice, that is almost never what's happening statistically and is very unlikely to pay off over the long term. Only about 1/3 of community college students ever end up transferring into a 4-year university.
And that is true. Ooh, let me get my This. See? I got the school that I'm graduated that I graduated here. I'm currently here. I'm going to go here. However, what allowed me to go and do all that, my community college education, it's at the foundation. It is now Houston City College, but like, whatever. Point is though, in the same way that you can talk about statistics and data, remember that a lot of community college students, they are not there for the academics. They're there to learn their trade. Right? Like, and they will take many of the classes that the academic students are taking. Right? Like when I was going to community college, it was like I felt like I really could shine. I was like talking to people, I was joining student orgs. And it wasn't just like the people who were like wanting to go and transfer going there. A lot of the people there were like, they were in the trade. They were doing like metalworking, they were doing like a bunch of different like topics. And I would say that like the student body at the average community college is, a lot more interesting than the average student body of like even a public 4-year university for that reason. You not only have that inherent diversity of like backgrounds, you have an inherent diversity in terms of like, what types of courses, what types of minds there are at a community college compared to a public 4-year university, and especially compared to a private like 4-year university like the one I'm currently attending. That's like a really important consideration to like understand when it comes to like community college graduation data. Because the reason why it's only 1/3 is because of like 1/3 of community college students that eventually go to a 4-year university is because the vast majority of people going to a community college are doing programs that are a lot shorter in duration. And a lot of programs that are like more practical, right? Like I literally would be like jealous of like all the students that were working like computer aided design, because like I would see their equipment, I would be like, oh wow, I wish I was doing that. I still do kind of. Like I really do. But yeah, I guess let's continue. Keep an open mind.
And of that third who do, less than half actually complete a bachelor's degree within 6 years. So if you are an 18-year-old today and you enroll in a
again, it's also because a lot of those people are also older. Like we can see average age of community college student. Yep, 27 or 28. So I'm actually slightly older than the average community college student now. Like the average community college student is an elder Gen Z, right? Yeah, and like by that age range, you have a career. You probably don't even have to be in community college. You're just going there to better yourself and your education. So of course I'm not saying that like, you know, there are people who don't regret a community college education, but I think the way that these numbers are being, you know, shown pretty misleading. I'm just gonna say that.
Community college, then there is only a 16% chance that you will ever obtain a bachelor's degree and therefore make the cost of college worth it. And like,
all right, so again, this may not be the best search. Yeah. Yep, aspiration versus reality. However, %40. God damn, that's high. Okay. Exactly. So like it's around the 60% rate of like dropping out versus a university which is 40%. Yeah, but I think the other important thing to realize is let's see. Power of Google and AI in general. Like we can use AI in ways that doesn't like harm us. Yep. Yeah, so around 80% want to transfer. Actual rates are lower. 16%. Yeah, getting a bachelor's degree. Of course, that's versus like 40% when you're at a university. However, yeah, exactly, because many credits do not transfer. And so you really have to like consider doing things like I mean, first off, you have to consider like the quality of education that you're getting, right? Because you know, the average community college student in California is so much better off than the average community college student here in Texas. Yeah. Oh, they transfer within 4 years. Oh, that's low. That's even lower than I thought. Hmm. Ah, okay. Wait, yeah. Yeah. Hey, you know, like definitely a lot of what he's saying. It is a good point, right? But it is also important to challenge things for the sake of challenging them. And also, as a former community college graduate, Well, no, I am a community college graduate. But yeah, as someone who did graduate from community college, I know what it's like on the ground. Like, a lot of the reason why people don't, like, graduate has everything to do with, like, life happened. That's it. Like, you can probably also look at, like, yeah. See? So, yep. A quarter to a third. So around, like, yeah, 25 to 30% of community college graduates, students, are parents. And only 18% of student parents earn bachelor's degrees on time. Whereas 54%, that's the rate for students who are not parents. So having those extra responsibilities that are associated with, like, most community college students, whether you're talking about, like, being a parent, or maybe you're supporting your family for one reason or another, right? And at the same time, of course, like, given the fact that, like, demographics play a role, right? Like, students of color are more likely to be student parents, meaning that they are students who are also parents. There's just the whole fact that, like, they are a lot less likely, in general, to graduate from, like, a college degree program. Specifically, 1/3 less likely to graduate. And of course, you may think, that's small. That's a small number, right? Like, just 1/3. Like, just 1/3. But that can very much make an impact on, like, the data. But overall, if you think about it, 16% getting a bachelor's degree. Ooh, my mom's calling. Let me turn on, like, this music. Ooh. Okay, it works now. I don't know what happened to the music. Okay, now it's working again. Alright, but like... there's something weird happening with my monitor, but like... Anyway. Yeah, my mom thought that this missing dog was my dog. Was our dog, but like... I was just like, okay, no. That dog is like... more like... rough around the edges. But it did have her same face. So I was just like, maybe I should kidnap that dog. So then we could have 2 dogs. And so that my dog can have a playmate. It would be cute. Not lying. Like the dog is adorable, to be honest. Like she was, like my mom got so scared. Cause like this dog looks like our dog. At least resembles our dog. It was just like, yeah, we should steal it. 100%. I would if I saw it like right in front of the house, I would definitely get it. I don't think it's gonna go here, so yeah. Tough luck for me. Anyway, let's continue, because yeah, I did deconstruct some of these numbers, because they didn't sound correct. Well, not that they didn't sound correct, but they sound like they were suspiciously being misapplied. Because that is what a lot of people do with numbers.
This does make me very sad as both an economist and as a higher education professional, because I wish that smart financial decisions actually led to good financial outcomes.
True.
But the data just doesn't lie. The stability and the resources caught up.
It does not lie, but like, again, when you consider that many community college students are parents, are more likely to be like first generation students. I can probably search this. Yep. And of course, like one of the main indicators of graduating from college is like not being first gen. Yeah, so 64% of students at 2-year institutions, aka community colleges, were first generation. Only around 48%, or I guess half, at 4-year public institutions were. Exactly, because there's like open admissions, lower costs, it's a lot more accessible to go to a community college. Here there are no figures for like private university students, but like most private universities have like on average students that are, quote unquote higher caliber, but of course we should probably like talk about how that is kind of eugenic, like kind of eugenicist. Like what the fuck do you mean by high caliber students, right? Of course they just mean like higher GPAs, test scores, etc. It does make you think though. But yeah, when community college students are more likely to be first generation, more likely to be parents, more likely to have probably yep, more likely to be low income. 40% of community college students make below 50K a year. 42%. Yeah, and I mean, come from families that make less than 50K a year. 42% of students from, of university students come from families with over, 100K income, family income. Let's see what the data, and this is public university students. Yeah, because Boston University, where I currently go to school, about basically it's the figure is I think no. Okay, so 1 in 10 students there are ultra high net worth. Well, not ultra high net worth, but they come from the top 1% of income earners. And that's 1 in 10. That's not even the worst, right? Boston College, for instance, apparently has even more extreme. It's even more extreme on that front. But apparently overall 7 and 10. Such 7 and 10 BU students are from families that earn well over that come from the top 10%. Top 10%. Let's remember. So that means they make basically around 150K or more a year. That's the top 10% of income earners. So and that's of course based on household income, right? And so BU is one of those really elitist schools. Some people say it's elite as a university, some people say it's not. But yeah, that's how you can tell. So yeah, there are those factors involved in a public university versus a private university versus a community college. The community college is going to attract students that need access, right? Whereas the average public university will attract students that have come from community colleges, right? But they'll also attract students who are already upfront wealthier on average than the average community college student. And of course, many of the community college students that end up going to a public 4-year, are more likely to have some sort of support system. They're able to graduate college because maybe they don't have to work a job, right? They don't have to do this and that. They don't have to be parents. They have a support system. That was my experience personally. Even though my family earned below 50K every year, and thus I was Pell Grant eligible every single year, that I went to, undergrad, the reality was that like I did have a support system in my parents. And at this point, like my parents helping manage things, helping manage my retirement fund that I gave to them, that's enabling me to be able to finish my current education and to possibly even go to, the next step, which is that political psychology degree at ASU, which is a public university, but like it's one that I feel like it is a good match for me. I've already been using a lot of its like support systems and the like. I don't know, like one of these days I will probably go to like their office hours because they have like a career office hours, and I can probably do that. I don't know, I'll see if I can do that. As like a student that like was admitted but not in yet. All I know is that if I can like go to therapy on their dime, like I can probably do that on their dime.
In traditional four-year universities, whether
What the
that's the
hell?
dorms, whether that's on-campus student employment, whether that's internships, whether that's research, etc.
Oh wait, let me like turn off, like restart my IEMs because like it's lagging a lot. Okay. No, it's still lagging. Goddamn.
etc., 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 all kind of
like the whole point of me getting this was to like not have to use this. But I guess it doesn't work. Oh well. Maybe I should use this. Like I love these headphones. These are like the best for me because like I have like ear eczema. So like even these tiny ass headphones make my ear sweat. So like sometimes I will have to scratch. Sometimes. But not sweat. They do not sweat anywhere near as much as they do with like this or my other like close ear headphones. These breathe easy and they're like open back, so I can hear anything like outside. Like I'm not like I'm not just isolated here. And I need that because like I get really claustrophobic, I guess. Anyway, what the fuck am I talking about?
snowball into building a lot more social capital for young adults, and they tend to be caught up in much better connections to broader industry, and so traditional four-year universities just have a lot more to offer, and therefore tend to be more worth the money in the long term when you look at society at scale. But that's enough data mongering for right now. You might be listening to this and thinking like, okay, I get it, the data's all well and good, yes, college probably does make financial sense for most people, but life isn't just about optimizing for long-term earnings.
Yeah.
I am nervous about dedicating 4 to 6 years of my life sitting in the hotbed of the contemporary American culture wars. I'm worried that my faith won't be respected. I'm worried that I won't be respected because of demographic factors. What if it's too liberal? What if it's too conservative? What if I get made fun of by my peers because of how I grew up or certain beliefs or values that I hold? And I get it. I hear you, I really do. To that concern, I have kind of two things to say. First and foremost, you can technically choose to go to a college that caters to your particular religion, race, politics, or really anything else. Like if you
Liberty University is very cheap. So if you are a white conservative Christian, by all means go there. If you're not like looking at least for like grad school opportunities and such, like, you can go there. You can go there. I may not recommend it for like most people, because like if you're queer and trans and such, you will be like, they will not like you. You can definitely hide if you're like an online student, but yeah, like maybe go to a different option like WGU or University of the People. Otherwise, right? Like there is a school that for like everyone. Yeah. But again, you know, WGU is kind of prestigious, or at least it's not like considered to be a throwaway degree. University of the People, not as much, but they are so cheap. They might just be worth it. Or at least like if you're trying to get like an MS in IT or maybe even like a master's in education, you can probably do that. I do not think their MBA programs are gonna be worth it. That's just my thoughts, considering that like most people when they think of MBA, they think of like that's like one of those fields where like yeah, you want to go to a good school. You want to go to like at least aim for like Boston University. They have like a $25,000 MBA for like mid-career professionals, like people who have at least like 10 years of experience at work. So, yeah.
You are a Polynesian Mormon living in Houston. You have every right to go to BYU Hawaii.
Yes, exactly. Why Houston? Why us? And then like the fact that I have like a gene that is only found in Polynesians, and I live here in Houston. That's okay.
Instead of say Texas A&M. I wouldn't necessarily recommend that from a personal development standpoint, but it is.
No, because like A&M will accept that Polynesian Mormon like 100%. 100%. It is considered to be like the premier school for conservatives, like in Texas. So like if you're a conservative in general, you can probably feel safe at A&M. If you are me in general, hell no. But yeah. Other schools include like SMU, I think. Like they're pretty chill with like conservatives. What other schools? Of course, Liberty University, but like they're not prestigious. There's a lot. I just can't think of them off the top of my head because, of course, I'm not trying to get into one of those. Like, you already know.
An option. Beyond that, though, let me give you some reassurance and insight. I have worked at 2 R1 universities, one in a very red state, one in a very blue state, one with a religious majority, one without any majority, one that was urban, one that was rural, etc., etc., etc. And at neither school did I feel like there was any group of students who did not have places and communities where they belonged. Sure.
There's literally like a what do you call it? Like there's like a pro-Israel group at the R1 university that I graduated from at the University of Houston, which is really weird. Because like, and I only found out because like at the same day that I found out about that group, like I had just gone to a presentation. I had just like actually done a presentation. You know, I saw like this Palestinian group dancing at like the student center, and it was kind of weird. It was like, huh, you know, I guess there's really a lot of diversity here. Obviously, when I heard like, because like, I don't know, I have I wouldn't say I've been pro-Palestinian for like a very long time, but like back in 2018, I definitely did not support Israeli war crimes at that point. Like, I kind of wish I was more vocal at the time, but like, bullshit was happening in my life. So, yeah, no.
When you go to any college, you're gonna see people walking around who look like these two, both of
Yep.
whom are named Blake, and neither of whom respect your life choices. But at the end of the day, most students, most professors, and most policies are pretty moderate and reasonable at most universities. People are going there to learn and to expand their horizons. And so you're far more likely to get tolerated for who you are on a college campus than you probably are in like a social media comment section, because there are just different types of people who have access to those spaces. So long as you are not an annoying anti-intellectual douchebag, most people are going to be cool with your existence.
Exactly.
And so long as you have the emotional maturity to ignore the small handful of anti-intellectual annoying douchebags that you will inevitably encounter, then you're going to have a totally cool experience too. All of the protests and the violence and the radical professors that you hear about on the news are pretty consolidated to a small handful of universities. And these are universities who have just a little too much time, privilege, and historical political action on their hands. Like, most college campuses are very safe, moderate places. But all of that being said, I would like to remind you that stepping outside of your comfort zone and interacting with different types of people is, like, good for you. See, universities are really...
That's actually not wrong. According to studies, like from Princeton, for instance, yeah, encountering different perspectives on a regular basis, like having neighbors of different political backgrounds and ethnic, racial backgrounds, different genders and sexualities, like, makes you more likely to moderate your own perspectives, because you know you end up seeing those people every day or every so often, regularly. So while there are extremists who are just like seething with rage at their existence and can see those people regularly and can smile in their faces and plot like in the background, for the most part, most decent people end up like being better and not like, you know, like that. Most people, like, when they are encountered with people who are different on a regular basis and they're able to humanize with them, they are able to actually understand why they think the ways that they do, why they identify as they do. Yeah. So that is true. That part is true.
Good with providing young people with something called social capital. These are connections, experience.
However, the whole thing about like too much privilege, Kent State is, or at this point, like ranked 200 something in the country for national universities. You know, like, you will find protests everywhere. Like, even at state schools that aren't full of privileged people, because, you know, ultimately protest is about liberation. And the working class wants liberation. Right? Either for themselves or for others. So, yeah. That part I don't agree with. And that part probably is the reason why I will not like the video, but I'll continue to watch it.
resources, and insights that allow you to go out and create a better life for yourself than you could have done without that experience. Having access to career fairs, being able to study abroad in Norway, being able to do undergraduate research projects, all of that is social capital, and universities are really good at curating social capital. In fact, that's quite literally what they were designed to do. And so if you grew up poor or rural, or you just want to step outside the limitations of wherever you grew up, then going to a university is a really fast and effective way to fast track that, which we will dive into specifics on here in a minute. But first you might be saying like, okay, social capital, I get it, that makes sense, but what about all of those people on Reddit or that I meet in life who majored in data science, computer science, graphic design, or anything else who just can't get a job right now? To that I say, this is a valid concern if, and I'm gonna give you some tough love here for a second, if you are the type of person who can't think for yourself, who just kind of does what other people tells you to do. Yes, we as a country filed way too many people into tech and data science programs over the last decade, only for those.
Bitch, true. Like, even though I annoy the TAs because of my writing style, because I come from a liberal arts background, of course I'm gonna write like that. They do commend me for not like wanting to be babied. And like a lot of the students in the program I'm at are full grown adults. They are. They can think for themselves, all of that. They have their own careers. However, a lot of them apparently want like a lot of babying. Spoon fed. You know, that happens. It does. It's not really a knock to them anyway. Because like a lot of people go through life being indoctrinated into believing that they're like that they just follow the rules, right? Because I am the way that I am and who I am. I have the identities and backgrounds that I do. I cannot afford to think that way. I really can't. I did try for 5 years. That's why I was at Chevron for 5 years, but yeah, I couldn't like. You know, it wasn't me, right? It was not me. Working corporate, working like in that manner. Every time I see my lead dog's photo, because I still have her photo here, I boop it. Anyway, yeah, you know, oh yeah, I think this is a valid point, unfortunately, but again, there's context to it. It's not as simple as pointing fingers and being like, you know, they can't think for themselves. Oh, they are such losers themselves, whatever. A lot of them are indoctrinated, and they have no reason to question the system. People like me do. And so we do end up doing so. The problem is that, you know, in this current paradigm, we lack privilege. So we can't exactly like exert influence. And a lot of the people who do have some privilege and are able to exert said privilege, they often have like, you know, survivorship bias. They're often just like, you know, hey, I was able to do this. I was able to get over my indoctrination. And so these other people should be able to do so too. Like countless like times on like social media I've encountered like white people. They're like, you know, there's no excuse they can find out information for themselves, and I'm just like, these people don't even know how to research. What the fuck are you talking about? These are like white people, presumably with like bachelor's degrees, people who have been able to survive, right? And so, like, again, it's a matter of like stepping outside of yourself and your personal identities. That's kind of the key here. For like truly understanding like the motivations of like why people do the things that they do, even in aggregate, right?
Fields to become widespread victims of layoffs and automation. The cultural narrative in the 20-teens was that these were going to be the high demand jobs of the future, and so we kind of grabbed.
And technically they still are. Like, you know, the employees are doing bad, but the startups are, you're going way up. Like, that's just the reality right now.
Grabbed every single awkward 17-year-old boy without a spine who was kind of good at math and said, hey young man, you should go major in data science, and untold riches and women will be waiting on the other side of graduation. It was really the whole, go west young man, haven't you been told? California's full of whiskey, women, and gold mentality. And that's the thing about society.
Of course, California didn't have women at that time. Like, not that many anyway. And of course, like, all of that led to the demise of many of the indigenous peoples in California. May they rest in power.
Societal narratives that don't come from real experts, right? Is that they're almost always wrong. I think a lot of people working in colleges 10 years ago could have told you that the shoe was about to drop on programs like data science and that they were going to become oversaturated and worthless by 2025. I really think that if you went back in time, people working in this industry would tell you that. And honestly, if I had to predict the future, giving everything that I know and everything that I'm seeing, I think that we as Americans are going to really regret how much we're sabotaging our young men by not encouraging them to make long-term investments in their financial future, especially as this problem continues to get worse. The best thing that you can do for yourself and your life is to make decisions for yourself.
Yes.
Like, sure, data science might be oversaturated right now, but there are still good, high-paying entry-level jobs in data science. So like, if you're a young adult with that skill set who's really ambitious and flexible, you could probably still make a good career in data science, right?
Yeah.
The important thing is to figure out what you want to do, where you want to live, how much money you want to make, etc., 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 and then reverse engineer those goals back to where you are right now.
That's the key. Yeah.
So that you can start taking effective next steps towards your goal, whatever that goal might be. That also gives you time to prototype that career before you go into it, taking classes, doing internships, job shadowing, things like that, so that you can understand what about a career field does or does not resonate with you, which in turn can make you more adaptable and better able to pivot whenever something bad inevitably does happen. Like, I've been laid off 3 times, and I am still doing perfectly okay in my personal and professional life. In fact, something like 73% of all college graduates end up in some type of different career path than what they originally studied in college. And that's okay. Like, it doesn't mean that their degree.
Exactly. Like, I keep seeing that data, that like specific like statistic, but I just think like, what is the problem with, you know, having a degree in one thing and then working in a totally different field? Like, we should actually be encouraging this type of mindset that, like, yes, an English major can also succeed at a Fortune 500 company in tech. Of course, obviously, big tech is very problematic, but just an example. Like, you should have English majors in your startups. You should have liberal arts majors in your startups. I was a liberal arts major. And now I'm doing, like, this coding stuff for my final project for the program. So, like, see? Like, some people could be like, well, then why are you not employed right now? My answer is, like, I am trying to think long term about my future. That's why.
Was wasted, like they're still earning an average of $1.2 million more than people who didn't go. It's just that their priorities and wants changed as they gained new experiences and insights. I'll give you a personal example. Once upon a time, my goal in life was to move to Honolulu. I don't know what it was, but 20-year-old me just really wanted to live on Oahu. I even applied to the graduate program at Hawaii Manoa and was given a full ride job offer in order to go there for my master's degree. However, being able to keep my then long-term girlfriend, who eventually became my wife, made that move impossible. So I chose her over Honolulu.
Why
But
not?
that doesn't mean that I failed in that goal. It's just that my priorities changed because I want to be with my wife more than I wanted to live in Honolulu. And I still to this day do not regret that decision at all. My priority.
I'm always, like, skeptical whenever, like, I hear something like that. It's like, I don't regret that at all. Is that being sarcastic? I mean, obviously she's gonna watch his videos and, like, I don't know. Man, it didn't die. That, like, not or whatever didn't die.
Changed, and that's okay. Now, you might be saying, okay, dude, thank you for the career and the life coaching, but here's the thing. I am ambitious. I can think for myself, and I did get good grades in school. I'm not just some idiot deadbeat. So then why should I be using a school to launch into my future when I'm perfectly capable of finding success on my own? Why should I have to take general ed courses that I don't care about? Why should I have to join clubs? Why should I participate in casual dating? Why should I go drinking on Friday nights with friends instead of studying, working, starting my own business, or doing literally anything else that's more productive with my early 20s? The college scene is just too superficial and limiting to get me to my goals fast enough. To that, I will say two things. First and foremost, you are right. College is not for everyone, and I'm not going to pretend that it is. However, as any 30-year-old will tell you, once you turn 18, you are now playing very different games than you were in high school. See, being a successful teenager, depending on your personality, usually ends up being about either getting good grades, being popular, or being a good little subservient rule follower to your parents. All of that shit, however, goes straight out the fucking window the day you turn 18 years old. You are playing very different games as an adult. And most of the regrets that people have at the end of their 20s comes from them failing one of those games. People who are 30 and out of shape tend to regret it. People who are 30 and don't have a good job tend to regret it. People who are 30 and aren't married tend to regret it. Not all,
We regret everything.
but most people regret playing one game at the expense of all of the others. And so if you focus too much on, say, making as much money as humanly possible when you're 18 years old, there's a very good chance that your health and or your relationships are going to suffer as you go through your 20s. And there is a good chance that you are going to regret that. And I think that's where I have the biggest issues with the anti-college narratives online. Because when you look at the things that are plaguing young men, poor physical health, poor mental health, poor relationships, or just like being poor in general in terms of not having enough money or career prospects, traditional universities are very well equipped to solve those problems for a significant portion of young men, because the entire culture around campuses is built to facilitate things like health, wealth, and relationships. Which is why I believe that as a young man in America, college is now more important than ever. I'm about to say something extremely problematic, but I think it needs to be said. If you are a straight young man, then one of the best reasons to go to college is because that's where all of the good women are. They are not on Tinder, they are not at clubs downtown, and they are certainly not making minimum wage on the work site like you are. Women who are smart, healthy, and come from good backgrounds are overwhelmingly spending their 20s at school. And the competition in that dating scene has never been lower. Young men are dropping out of school, young men are not approaching women anymore, and young men without degrees in big cities are earning less money than women are who are their same age. It is almost stupid easy now for young men to gain romantic or sexual experience in college because there's just no competition, and college campuses are still some.
You just don't major in like computer science or like data science, and you'll be fine. Yeah. If that is your goal, then like you will be fine if you don't major in like a hard STEM field where, god damn it, not this and that again. Where women are grossly underrepresented.
Of the only walkable social places built for young people in America. But it's not just about.
But also, you can literally like talk to people who don't major in the same thing that you do. Like, you should know how to do that. If even I knew how to do that, like.
Dating either. Like I said earlier, the amount of discouraged male workers around who have stopped looking for work in their local economy continues to rise every single year. And that's a serious issue that universities are uniquely qualified to solve, because they have a complete monopoly over the entry-level job market.
They
Here's the
literally
issue,
do.
right? Let's say that you want to break into business. Sales, marketing, management, doesn't really matter. You just want a high-paying corporate job. But anytime that you find a seemingly entry-level job at a corporation on LinkedIn, it asks for 3 to 5 years of experience that you don't have, and that you can't get because you don't have any experience to get a job in the first place. This is the ultimate societal catch-22. Or is it? Put yourself in the shoes of a company for just a second. If you wanted to hire interns or entry-level professionals at your business, would you want to bother posting all of those jobs onto Indeed and LinkedIn, where you're just gonna get thousands of bot applicants and a bunch of shitty Canva resumes from people who are really just trying to make money to go to your trainings and quit anyway because American cities are fucking full of degenerates? No. You wouldn't. Not if you could just email those openings to your local university partner and then take a single afternoon out of the year to go to those colleges' career fairs and have them spoon feed you literally hundreds of qualified, eager candidates who are showing up with polished resumes, a smile on their face, and a suit and tie on. Universities make it so unbelievably easy for companies to hire quality entry-level employees that it's just not worth the time, energy, and money for them to attempt any other approach. Online job boards like Indeed are just full of bots, scammers, and a bunch of unqualified people who apply to literally anything that they see. Whereas university career fairs are full of America's best and brightest, who are taking classes, joining clubs, and doing projects that are giving them transferable skills and experiences that the company can count as experience experience when hiring them for entry-level roles. See, outside of a few licensing careers like doctors, teachers, and engineers, companies don't really care about the sheet of paper that university is giving people at the end. They care about everything else caught up in the collegiate experience that turns young adults into confident and competent working professionals. Now, at this point, a lot of people will tell me, like, listen, I hear you. I really do. The financial stuff makes sense. The relationship stuff makes sense. The social capital stuff makes sense. The job market stuff makes sense. It all makes sense. But I am worried about my mental health or my disorders or my disabilities and my ability to actually take advantage of college in an effective way, even if I am physically there. But let me push back on that, because for most people, college is probably going to be the only time and place in your life where you have daily access to so many world-class experts and facilities. Go to the clinics, go to your career services office and have them
100%.
build your resume with you.
Go to the ADA office. Go to the fucking ADA office. Go to the therapist's office on campus. Go to the health services office on campus. Do all of that. No, 100%. Take advantage. If you are someone who's going to college, take advantage of everything. And also don't make excuses about, like, I don't have enough time to take care of my mental health. Yes, you do. And if you don't, then legitimately make time. Even if it means, like, you're not studying for that one test, it's worth it.
Go get medication if that's something that you need. If you do that, you can become as equipped to succeed as all of these other neurotypical extroverted people fucking playing ultimate frisbee on Saturdays on the quad. Like, you can be just as prepared to succeed as all of these people if you take advantage of campus resources. And on that note, speaking of ultimate frisbee, one of the best things about universities is just how many clubs, activities, and overall facets.
I still don't get the hype for, like, fucking ultimate frisbee. I really don't. Maybe I'm just a hater. That checks out, actually. Yeah, I am a bona fide hater.
Of student life that they have to offer. Do you know how hard it is to make friends outside of a college when you're just an adult living and working in a big city? Crazy hard. And do you know how expensive it would be to go to a ballroom dance class, play adult softball, go to a museum, hit up a gym sauna, and attend a football game every single week? Pretty expensive. But if you do these things at a university, if you live on your own, if you study hard, if you get involved in activities, if you do some research or internships, if you go on dates, then you are going to be in the top percentage of men in America. Maybe not the top 0.001%, but certainly in the top 10. I want you to put all of those images that you have in your head of, like, super jacked millionaires going around in private jets and investing in Bitcoin out of your mind for a second and just
literally went to college.
Look at me. I am not super conventionally handsome. I am not jacked. I am not a millionaire. And yet, as a 29-year-old, I have a good job. I live in a nice house. I have a hot wife. I have multiple male friends that I can hang out with any day of the week if I wanted to. And I often do hang out with them at least once or twice a week, alongside a massive portfolio of just other life experiences in general. All because I went to a traditional 4-year university. I just could not have created this life on my own. When I was 18 years old, I was working at a scrapyard on the outskirts of a native reservation in northern Nevada. I was definitely in the bottom half of men in terms of experiences and opportunities available to me. But I made the tough decision to take—
Why did he filter that to make him look like he was from, like, the 1930s?
take my life into my own hands, and I decided to move. I decided to enroll in a good school, and I decided to delay my career and my earnings for just a few years in exchange for curating an unknowably large amount of valuable social capital for myself. And I have never regretted it for a second, even when I'm making student loan payments. And like, sure, I could be in better shape, or I could have a better resume or more money, but like, I've got a good resume. I've got critical thinking skills. I've got financial stability, emotional stability, and a really good set of relationships in my real life. Things are pretty damn good, generally speaking. I don't suffer from the overwhelming majority of problems that other young men my age are currently suffering from, and I have university to thank for that. Which is why I believe that the cure to most of the crises that we are seeing with young men today could be solved if the young men who have at least a little ambition and a little ability to think and make decisions for themselves stopped it with the get-rich-quick schemes, logged off of Tinder, and just enrolled in a traditional 4-year university. I will see you in the next one.
Alright. Pretty decent video, not gonna lie. A lot of things were said that were like definitely not like that were definitely questionable, but like I think overall the video was pretty decent. Oh, actually, Ooh, this is like a better score than. Okay, I didn't expect that. To have like a better score than like here. Well, no, it's not a better score, but it is a lot like less problematic. Or is it? Maybe I'm just like glazing it. Yeah, I'm glazing it. I'm glazing it quite a bit. %68%, 67%. Okay, I'm glazing it. Yeah, no, it's not the best, but it's something. This kind of looks like the Philippines. This looks like a lobster claw. Yeah, it's a lot different from the shape, which was unbalanced. So no, balancing did not help that much, but I guess it did something. It did something. It wasn't like terrible. I need to like realize what was going on there. Wonder what happens if Ooh. That's not good news. God damn.
Spiritual practitioner of some sort, and they don't come
Hold
cheap.
on, hang on, if I can jump in. And folks, the folks.
Okay, wait. When am I being recommended? I can't find this. Huh? I want to watch like a calm video. This is not it. I want to watch like a short calm video. Don't listen to one. Oh jeez. Oh my god. Well, that's not. That's just gonna be a lot of drama. Like. I will say, yeah, I've encountered a lot of white men that do this.
Press tour for his new book, and I had a lot of thoughts about the way that he discussed his violent childhood. So I decided to read his autobiography, Green Lights, for myself to get a little bit more context about what actually happened. And basically, a lot of this video is just going to be me kind of thinking out loud about how.
Yeah, like when I was going to U of H, because like their business school is overwhelmingly like white, like young white men. And so like a lot of them think in like these terms of like, no, I'm not a victim. Like some of them literally were like veterans and they're like, I don't want to use disability services because I don't need them. And it's like, whatever. Okay. And that's just like normal conversation for them. And I always found that to be weird. It's like, oh no, I don't need help. Anyway.
How we define abuse, about resilience, and about who gets to decide what is harmful parenting. Let's dive right in.
I do enjoy her videos because I guess she like finds a way to make psychology accessible, but also like entertaining.
You may notice I am in a new background. I did recently move, and I have to apologize because this is not how I want the end product to look. There's supposed to be a third bookshelf back here, but the company sent me 2 in vintage brown and 1 in camel brown instead of all 3 vintage brown. Some of you might be thinking, what is the difference between vintage brown and camel brown? Huge difference, but don't worry about it. The point is, the setup is gonna look.
I think camel brown is like closer to maybe not this, but like a lot more browner. So not all this. Yeah, no, vintage brown is like, traditional brown. Camel brown is probably, a lot lighter. I don't have anything lighter. Like, not even my skin tone looks brown enough for camel brown. Whatever.
Even cozier in just a few weeks' time, but unfortunately it's not completely ready yet. Also, one more housekeeping thing. I haven't actually announced this in any videos, so I thought I would let you know that I now have a Patreon available where I post 1 video per month that I decided to not post to YouTube for whatever reason. It's a little bit more uncensored than what I post on here, as well as at least 1 personal essay a month, sometimes more, because if you know anything about me, I love to write. So if you want to check that out, that's a way to support this channel so I can keep making videos for you guys.
I have not written in so long, just like for pleasure. I thought that like when I became unemployed, I would have so much time for like so much, but like no, it's just like no, your priorities shift. And now it's like, okay, well, you want to graduate from your current degree program. So yeah, all my time is like school. What else am I doing like schoolwork while I'm streaming? Otherwise,
Link down below if you want to check it out. Anyway, back to Matthew McConaughey.
but this is like a self-directed project. That's why I'm showing it to begin with.
McConaughey begins the introduction of his autobiography Green Lights by revealing that he was the child of parents who were twice divorced and thrice married to each other. Like many autobiographies, he paints a vivid picture of his trauma history. He experienced corporal punishment that would meet today's definition of child abuse according to CPS.
Shit.
For example, he said, "I got whipped until my butt bled." He
That's
would
crazy.
get the belt or a backhand because his parents didn't believe in grounding him because they believed time was his most precious resource. His dad once fought his brother despite an unfair weight advantage and his brother repeatedly asking him to stop. He also seems to have experienced what would meet today's definition of reckless endangerment and neglect. He said, "I learned to swim when my mom threw me in the Llano River and I was either going to float off the rocky waterfall 30 yards downstream or make it to the bank. I made it to the bank." On another occasion, he says his mom convinced him to use this oil of mink skin product that she was selling door to door, and his acne just kept getting worse, and she told him that it was doing his job, so just keep using it more and more. And eventually he went to a dermatologist against her advice, who told him that it was clogging his pores and that he was days away from having ice pick scars. Now, in addition to experiencing abuse firsthand, he also witnessed intimate partner violence between his parents. For example, my dad broke my mom's middle finger to get it out of his face 4 separate times. There was one instance he described in which his mom repeatedly called his dad fat man when he asked for more potatoes. His dad flipped the table, started yelling at her, started stalking her around the room, and his mom knew the deal and reached for the phone to call 911, and as he started closing in on her, she hit him in the head with the phone, broke his nose. She then pulled out a knife.
I have that, yeah. I used to like pick up my acne, and so now I have this. I don't know if there's a cure. I don't think there is. But also, it's like I can't really afford one. Yeah. I should not be on my like this account. Looking at this. Yeah, I think ice pick scars. Yeah, I think this is what I have. How to treat them. Micro needling. This all sounds really expensive. Temporarily fill in. I mean, I'm pretty sure they could improve. I just never cared to try to get to that point. Anyway.
And started yelling, "Come on, fat man, I'll cut you from your nuts to your Gulliver." And then eventually they got tired of the face-off and had a big animal hug. McConaughey also peppered in details that revealed he has kind of an emotionally elusive father. For example, he said, "My dad wasn't there the day I was born. He called my mom and said, 'Only thing I have to say is if it's a boy, don't name him Kelly.' And also, I was an unplanned surprise, an accident as my mom still calls me, and my dad has always half-jokingly told her, 'That ain't my boy, Katie, that's your boy.' Dad was on the road a lot when I was growing up, working to take care of the family, so I spent most of my time with mom." As well as details that depict his mom as somewhat attention-seeking and irresponsible. For example, he talks about how when he first got famous, he found his mom giving a house tour for TV, and when he confronted her about it, she said, "Oh, I hoped you wouldn't find out." She couldn't help herself. She wanted a piece of my fame, and while I was still finding my balance with it, I wasn't self-assured enough to share it with anyone else, especially my own mother. The more she wanted a piece of my place, the more I locked her out. If Dad were alive, he would have loved my success, but unlike Mom, he would have been in the front row, not trying to steal my show. With Mom, as soon as I'd show up, she was saying, "Come back soon," so I started leaving early. I'd give her an inch and she'd take a mile, so when she didn't meet me halfway, I started walking twice as slow to make her wait twice as long. I quit sharing any of my life or experiences with her. I couldn't trust her. I didn't need another friend on my bandwagon, I needed my mom, and unfortunately she was on another type of extended vacation. This passage is so filled with dynamically interesting things. For one, we see this push-pull dynamic that can so easily form in a dyad. One person says, come closer, and the more they do that, the more the other person tries to push them away, which makes them pull even harder. We also see sort of a parent living vicariously through their child's success,
Yep.
possibly a form of parentification where she's expecting her son to take care of her emotional needs. And also we see some possible enmeshment when he talks about how as
I hate realizing, like, I hate realizing when, you know, I know damn well some of that was, like, some of that has happened to me. Because, like, my mom, she kind of expects me to just, like, take care of the family. And I'm just like, I can barely take care of myself. And then, like, whenever I say, you know, I want to do this and that dream, like, she's kind of just like, well, how are you going to be independent if you can't take care of yourself? And it's like, how am I going to take care of myself if I can't be independent, or if I can't, like, or if I don't even get the chance to, like, meet my own needs, right? It's one of those situations for me. And it is kind of depressing sometimes because it's just like, I know I'm smart enough to be able to, like, make a living off of my own, like, intellect or whatever. It's just, like, difficult sometimes for my parents to accept that maybe I am able to do that. And at the same time, like, my father's just like, you know, you should be doing, like, what I want you to do. And it's like, here we go again. Like, my father at least wants me to go to, you know, get more schooling, and he actually wants me to go to law school. My mom wants me to go to med school, and I'm like, I'm old. Like, do you not realize that? 32 is not young. Okay, maybe it is kind of young, but it's a little too old for, like, med school ambitions. Maybe for law school ambitions, it's not, like, overwhelmingly bad, but that's only because, like, you can actually do med school when, like, you're young. Whereas, like, with law school, you need to have, like, reading comprehension, stuff like that. And you can get that later in life. But, like, the energy necessary for, like, med school, yeah, no. Doesn't mean that, like, you know, PhD is gonna be easy when you're, like, in your 30s, but it's doable. I'm hoping it's doable. Like, after, like, everything settles down politically, maybe, possibly. I have no faith. But still.
As soon as I'd show up, she was saying, come back soon. Where, like, no amount of closeness is enough for her unless they are, like, literally united with no boundaries. And yet, given all of this, McConaughey doesn't see himself as a victim of abuse. He flat out writes, I've never felt like a victim. I have a lot of proof that the world is conspiring to make me happy. This is an attitude that I find quite inspiring, and I think most of us could probably use a little bit of. But in the context of trauma, is probably, I would suspect, a little bit of a defense mechanism. Because when asked about his upbringing on Diary of a CEO, McConaughey had this to say.
I have people, you know, after that story I told about my mom and dad with the knife and the ketchup, people come and they, oh my God, I'm so sorry about your childhood. Oh my God, have you had therapy? I'm like, no. And before you, please, if you don't mind, I feel like you're trespassing a little bit by coming out of the gate saying, oh my God, you were abused. No, I wasn't abused. And I never felt like I was.
But he was. But he was. But he was.
Loved. Again.
Like, abuse is not about, like, how the victim feels. It's about what actually happened. So, yeah. He most definitely was abused.
And I felt like I let my parents down those times. Did I fear my parents? Yep.
According to McConaughey, he only got in real trouble for using words that went against his family values. He couldn't say, I hate, I can't, or lie to his parents. It's interesting because it sounds very similar to my own family's values. I was chastised growing up if I ever said I hated something, or certainly saying I hated someone was unacceptable. And my grandma has a phrase, no existe no pot, existe doar no vreau, which means there's no such thing as I can't.
I always forget she's Romanian.
It's only I don't want to, which in the context of like the type of upbringing in life that she had makes perfect sense. She's a very resilient lady. I agree with the latter, but I disagree with the former. Let me explain. I agree that teaching kids not to say I can't do something really forces them to have an internal locus of control, to look at everything they can do and say, you know, if I want to accomplish something, I need to make it happen. Even if I fail, I need to get back up and do it again. I agree with that. I think that's healthy. I don't think it's healthy to chastise children for using the word hate, because hate is an emotion, and often it's like anger, one of the more superficial emotions that masks something deeper, like hurt or disgust. And if you tell a child, for example, you can't say you hate your brother, that's not allowed, that's not actually going to get rid of the emotion. They're going to try to bottle it up, but it would have been much healthier to instead help them process what's underneath that hate and to say,
Like,
you're
why do you hate?
feeling a little bit jealous of your brother right now, right?
Exactly.
If you simply tell a child, don't say hate, you're not helping them work through it. They still feel the hate, except now they don't have access to what's underneath it. But I think there are gentler ways to instill these values in kids. Harsher punishment does not necessarily mean that the lesson or the value will stick more. You can instill the values of loving people rather than hating them, of having an internal locus of control without hitting children. But McConaughey might disagree with me because he also wrote, while I'm not advocating for physical punishment as a consequence, I do know that there are a lot of things I didn't do as a kid that I shouldn't have done because I didn't want to get my ass whooped. I also know that I did a lot of things as a kid that I should have done because I wanted my parents' praise and adulation. Consequences, they work both ways. In one of his interviews on the current press tour, McConaughey mentioned that he does things differently with his own children, and he genuinely seemed to take responsibility for when his kids make a mistake. So maybe he would agree with what I'm about to say. But I believe there are much healthier ways for parents to ensure that their kids want their praise and adulation. Often, simply being a person your kids can feel proud of, treating them with respect and consideration, having a strong bond together, infusing play and laughter and love into the relationship is enough to have that effect. You do not need to beat it into children. Most children idealize their parents whether or not they're hit. Instead, what McConaughey is describing, alternating affection with violence, just sounds like trauma bonding. It reminds me of this scene from Homeland where Carrie is, I think, being held hostage by a terrorist that she has been chasing. And in that moment, I think he offers her like a glass of water or something. And she says, oh, is this what you did to Brody when you were torturing him? You were alternating a lot of pain with a little love.
This is what you did to Brody, isn't it? A lot of pain, a little love. Am I supposed to feel grateful?
I don't care what you feel.
It's this concept of intermittent reinforcement that makes people addicted to you. When they don't know if they're going to get the love or the violence, the inconsistency, it sort of wires their brain to crave the love more. That's why abusive relationships are so hard to get out of, because you don't know if you're going to get the nice version of your partner or the horrible version of your partner. People don't realize, except when they're in those types of relationships, sometimes having a sometimes horrible partner is more addictive than having a partner who's always nice to you. It's possible that something like that happened with his parents too, where he was wired to idealize them and sort of crave their affection more because there were times where he got violence instead. When McConaughey discusses the grief he felt after his father's death, it's touching, but it also shows how larger than life, superhuman, and idealized his father was for him. My dad was the abominable snowman, the immovable force, a bear of a man, with the immune system of a Viking and the strength of a bull. Impossible. He was my dad. Nobody or no thing could kill him. While it's normal for small children to idealize their parents and to think that their parents can do no wrong, there comes a point in every child's life where normal becomes recognizing the imperfection and the fallibility of their parents. Based on his autobiography alone, I'm not sure whether McConaughey reached that phase. And it makes me wonder if maybe that might have something to do with his framing of his upbringing as not traumatic. Because to be clear, McConaughey has said in interviews that when people say that his childhood was abusive, he considers them speaking out of turn, that he doesn't consider it that way at all. To me, the way McConaughey frames his trauma history seems a little bit like a form of denial. It's possible that he learned to use denial as a defense mechanism from parental modeling. Because we hear, for instance, I wish he had said more about this, but he says his mom beats 2 types of cancer on nothing more than aspirin and denial. Denial is also sort of a form of cognitive reframing. It's not abuse, it's a physical relationship. It's being a disciplinarian. McConaughey seems to have in him this refusal to see himself as a victim. He considers himself to be blessed by the universe, and that results in an attitude characterized by hope, resilience, optimism, gratitude, seeing the silver lining in situations, all of which are very helpful protective factors. So I'm not convinced that this denial is altogether unhealthy either. I don't think it's 100% healthy, but I also don't think it's 100% unhealthy. This attitude, I think, is much healthier than a lot of modern day victim mindsets that are unfortunately far too common, where people will experience one trauma and then every incident after that go through life thinking that they are a victim of circumstance. However, the part about using this defense mechanism that is a bit risky is that what we push down eventually comes back up to the surface. It's like a beach ball. You know, the harder you try to push it underwater, the harder it's going to bounce back up. I suspect these little glimmers that McConaughey shared with us in his autobiography are nothing but the tip of the iceberg. I imagine there's much more he's not sharing. Additional instances of emotional distance from his dad, emotional volatility from his mom, trauma from their multiple divorces while he was growing up, strange dynamics between him and his siblings as a result of their trauma bonding with their parents. But it's interesting to me that he spent the majority of his autobiography talking about his formative years and sort of just glazed over his adult life and forming his own family, because we tend to spend the most amount of real estate on unresolved traumas. So let me give you an example. I tend to write books from the perspective of like, there's a specific issue from my past that I want to work through. And as I've worked through different issues in my novels, I sort of feel like those issues that I covered were just kind of like, been there, done that. It's not like as pressing for me to process anymore. And so I wonder if it's a little bit of that for McConaughey, that he felt the need to spend so much of his autobiography talking about his upbringing, because there was a lot there that was unresolved. There was a lot there that he needed to open up about. When something goes unaddressed, it gets louder and louder and louder, demanding to be heard. And so another risk of using denial on our traumas is if we don't condemn abusive behavior in ascendant generations, it puts us at risk of perpetuating it in our descendant generations. We must recognize what our parents did wrong in order to break those intergenerational cycles of trauma with our own children. Now, maybe McConaughey does this in private and he just chose not to be overly condemning of his parents on a public platform. And maybe it's an act of integrity for him to do that. But I would hope that behind the scenes, he does condemn some of what happened in his childhood, because it's important in order to not further those patterns in the next generation. So like I said, I really admire McConaughey. I find him to be an incredibly insightful man. The one thing about him though, to me, it always feels like he's acting. In every interview I've seen, in every context that I've seen, I always feel like he's playing a character, to the point where it makes me wonder, who is the real McConaughey? What is he like when no one's watching?
They fought. I got a great story in Green Lights of them fighting and my mom bashing and breaking my dad's nose with the phone, him getting angry, her pulling a chef's knife out, him dancing around, dodging these blades and then grabbing a ketchup bottle and like a matador going, touche, and splattering her with it. And she's getting it out of her. I was just getting so damn mad. I'll cut you from your cocktail. Go over that. Touche. And finally, her getting so frustrated, throwing the knife down, crying, both of them crying, coming together, embracing, going to the floor on the linoleum kitchen floor and making love.
Legitimately.
He's just very theatrical. You know, when he's left to talk, he can talk about experiences that he's had in such vivid and captivating ways that it just always feels like acting to me.
It
And
does.
after reading his autobiography, it makes a lot more sense to me why it feels this way. Remember that oil of mink product that his mom was selling that gave him a lot of bad breakouts? Afterwards, his dad wanted to sue the company, and he encouraged his son to lie about being traumatized by it. McConaughey also has this to say about his mom. My mom had no upbringing, and since she didn't like her life growing up, to survive, she denied it and constructed her own. She's always believed that if you understand something, then you own it. You can sign your name to it, take credit for it, live by it, sell it, and win medals for it. Plagiarism? Shit, they'll probably never find out, and if they do, all they can do is blame you and take your medal back, so fuck them, she says. And yet, lying was one of the things that McConaughey was most harshly punished for by his parents. So it seems like there are some contradicting messages around the value of honesty. And while I don't think that Matthew is like lying, I don't think he's like putting on a facade of something he's not. I get the sense he knows exactly who he is. I don't know. I just get the sense that sometimes maybe he embellishes things a little bit for theatrical purposes. To me, that seems like a blessing and a
Alright,
curse,
well,
because on one hand,
this is a sign for me to end the stream because my IEM is not working anymore. It has been like almost 5 hours, so of course that's why. Oh yeah. Just let me see what happens with these results first. I mean, these results are probably gonna be like decent enough. Probably not gonna be like terrible. Yeah, 77, 76 is what I got like before. Like the different one. Oh wait, no, it was 77 also. It's not really too different, huh? 76, 7. 767. Then 769, which is a lot closer. I'm just gonna ask my like. I'm just gonna ask a TA. I might just come in early on like Friday and come in on time on Thursday. Ask them like just spread their advice against each other. This is a bad idea, I agree. Ooh. Guess I'll watch this later. What's going on? I'll watch this later. Not now, but later. Ooh. Not now.
Welcome back, everyone. Tonight we're diving.
Alright, so it looks like I have like good stuff happening in terms of my results. Oh, this happened way faster than I thought. Okay. I really want to make it to like 5 hours, but I think maybe I don't have to. I don't really have to make it to 5 hours. There's nothing like prompting me to do that. I think I'll just end the stream here. Like, maybe like tonight I will practice this and make sure that I'm like under like 10 minutes, above 5 minutes. I feel like, you know, patient a third should work in terms of that. I'll just try that out. Anyway. I would have sung, but like I don't have a I can't hear myself anymore. So, like, yeah, not a good idea. Ooh, it completed. It actually completed. Yeah, I don't like this part. Yeah, so this does not work for, that result as well, anyway. Oh well. Well, I ran this and I have like the results that I wanted to get. So there's that. And we'll disconnect the I'll view the resources. How much did I use? Ooh, god damn it. That's a lot. But I'm glad I let it run. I am happy that I allowed it to run. I might allow this. Might need to let this one run. This will be slower because it's Alt4 and not A100, but that's just like my nerd shit talking. Damn. I do have more homework to do, I guess. Since I am planning a day off tomorrow. For once in my goddamn life. I've not had a day off in like 2 weeks. Like I've been doing this like non-stop day and night for like 2 weeks. Because I enjoy it and I hate that I enjoy it this much. That I don't know how to take a break, catch a break. But I will have to tomorrow because I have that presentation on Thursday. Even if like the presentation is literally just me saying like this script. And maybe slowing it down because my ADHD is 100% going to try to like get me to speak really fast. And I'm not gonna like that. Yeah, I will run this one also. And then I'm gonna take like the results of like running everything. Oh shoot. Oh yeah, I have to like change this one. Damn. Yeah, I gotta change this one and be like combined. Combined pickle. Combined pickle. Yeah, I'll run all. And then for the original, I'll run that again. And I'll try to see what happens. I mean, it's only relevant for like these 3 datasets. I'll see what happens if I like change the runtime type to L4 because L4 is a lot cheaper by like it's like 14% of the other one. Maybe not like the other one, but like wait, what do you mean? Hi RAM. Oh, I guess that's what it meant. Okay. Connect to Google Drive. Then we'll do the same thing here. Yeah, but well, thank you everyone for watching. Salamat. I think in Cabacano it's gracias too. So yeah, take care. Have a good one to whoever is still here remaining. There's some reason. And for now, goodbye. Good luck. I'm going to try not to stream tomorrow night. I'm really gonna have to try to like not stream tomorrow night. But yeah. Thank you and goodbye. I don't know why I thought I was gonna do something else.